Balthasar's Odyssey by Amin Maalouf. To Andre. Notebook 1, the 100th name. It's still 4 long months until the year of the beast, and it's already here. Its shadow dims our hearts and the windows of our houses. The people around me can talk of nothing else. The coming year, the signs, the portents. Sometimes I say to myself, let it come. Let it finally empty out its pouch of prodigies and disasters. Then I change my mind and think of all the decent, ordinary years when each day was spent just looking forward to the evening's pleasures. And I roundly curse the doom worshippers. How did this foolishness start? In whose brain can it have sprouted? Under what skies? I couldn't say for certain, and yet in a way I know. From where I am I have seen the fear, the monstrous fear born, grow, and spread. I have seen it creep into people's minds, into those of my nearest and dearest, into my own. I have seen it overthrow reason, trample it underfoot, humiliate it, and then devour it. I have watched the good days vanish. Up till now, I have lived in peace. I prospered in figure and fortune every season a little more. I wanted nothing I couldn't get. My neighbors admired rather than envied me. Then suddenly everything started to happen. That strange book, appearing and then disappearing, and all my fault. Old Idris's death. True, no one blames me for it, except myself. And the journey I am to set out on next Monday, despite my qualms, a journey from which I have a feeling I shan't return. So it's with some apprehension I write the first lines in this new notebook. I don't know yet how I'll record these things that have happened or those that already loom ahead. Just a simple account of the facts, a journal, a log, a will. Perhaps I should say a word to begin with about the person who first made me anxious about the year of the beast. His name was Evdokim, a pilgrim from Moscow who came knocking on my door about 17 years ago. Why about? I've got the exact date down in my ledger, the 20th day of December 1648. I have always written everything down, especially details, the sort of things I'd have forgotten otherwise. Before he came in, he made the sign of the cross with 2 outstretched fingers and stooped so that his head would clear the stone lintel. He had a thick black cloak, woodcutter's hands with thick fingers, and a thick fair beard, but tiny little eyes and a narrow forehead. He was on his way to the Holy Land, but he hadn't stopped at my house by chance. He'd been given the address in Constantinople and told it was here and only here that he had a chance of finding what he was looking for. I'd like to speak to Signor Tommaso, he said. He was my father, I replied, but he died in July. God rest his soul. And those of your kin likewise. This exchange had taken place in Greek, the only language we had in common, though it was clear neither of us used it much. The conversation was rather tentative. Anyhow, my father's death is still a painful subject for me, was also a shock to my visitor. Moreover, since he was speaking to a papist apostate and I to a misguided schismatic, we were anxious not to offend one another's susceptibilities. After we had both been silent a moment, he went on. I am very sorry your father is no longer with us. As he spoke, he looked around the shop, trying to make out the jumble of books, antique statuettes, glassware, painted vases, stuffed falcons, and wondering to himself, but he might just as well have said it aloud, if since my father was no longer there, I might not be in need of help. I was already 23 years old, but my face was plump and clean-shaven and must have still looked rather boyish. I drew myself up and thrust out my chin. My name is Balthasar, and I have taken over my father's business. My visitor showed no sign of having heard. He went on gazing at the thousand marvels around him with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. Our curio shop had been the best stocked and most celebrated in the East for 100 years. People came from everywhere to see us, Marseille and London, Cologne and Ankara, as well as Smyrna, Cairo, and Isfahan. After looking me up and down one last time, my Russian seemed to have made up his mind. My name is Evdokim Nikolaevich from Voronezh. I've heard great things of your business. I assumed an easy manner, my way then of making myself agreeable. We've been in the trade for 4 generations. My family comes from Genoa, but we settled in the Levant a long time ago. He nodded once or twice to show he knew all that. In fact, if he'd heard about us in Constantinople, this was probably the first thing he'd been told. The last Genoese to come to this part of the world, with some remark or gesture suggesting madness or eccentricity handed down from father to son. I smiled and said nothing. He turned to the door, bawling out a name and an order, and a servant hurried in, a small, stout fellow in baggy black clothes with a flat cap and downturned eyes. He took a book out of a box he was carrying and handed it to his master. I assumed he wanted to sell it to me, and was immediately on my guard. In my trade, you soon learn to beware of people who start by putting on airs about their fancy, origins and acquaintances, give orders right, left, and center, and in the end just try to palm off some piece of bric-a-brac on you. Unique in their own eyes, and so naturally unique for everybody. If you offer them a price that's less than they had in mind, they take offense and claim you're not only cheating them, but insulting them too, and go off breathing fire and slaughter. But this visitor soon reassured me. He wasn't here to sell or haggle. This book was printed in Moscow a few months ago, and everyone who can read has already read it. He pointed to the title, which was in Cyrillic characters, and began reciting earnestly, Niga o Vaire, before realizing he needed to translate for my benefit. The book of the faith, unique, genuine, and orthodox. He glanced at me out of the corner of his eye to see if the words had made my papist blood run cold. I remained impassive, inside and out. Outside the polite smile of the merchant, inside the wry smile of the skeptic. This book tells us the apocalypse is at hand. He showed me a page near the end. It is written here that the Antichrist will appear, in accordance with the scriptures, in the year of the Pope, 1666. He kept repeating the figure, slurring over the words, 1000, a bit more every time. Then he looked at me to see my reactions. I had read the Apocalypse of St. John the Divine, the same as everyone else, and had paused over the mysterious passage in chapter 13. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. It says 666, not 1666, I ventured. You'd have to be blind not to see such an obvious sign. Sign. How often had I heard that word, not to mention portent? Everything is a sign or a portent to someone always on the lookout for them, ready to marvel at and interpret anything and imagine parallels and coincidences everywhere. The world is full of such tireless seekers of omens. I'd had them in the shop, some of them quite delightful, some really appalling. Evdokim seemed vexed at my lack of enthusiasm, which he saw as reflecting ignorance and impiety. Not wishing to offend him, I made an effort and said, It is certainly all very strange and disturbing. or something of the kind. It is because of this book that I am here, he answered, evidently reassured. I am looking for other texts that may help me to understand it. Now I understood. I'd be able to help him. I should explain that the success of our business in recent decades was largely due to the craze throughout Christendom for old Oriental books, especially those in Greek, Coptic, Hebrew, and Syriac, which seemed to contain the most ancient truths of the faith, and which the royal courts, particularly those of France and England, tried to acquire in order to back up their point of view in the quarrels between the Catholics and the supporters of the Reformation. For nearly a century, my family scoured the monasteries in the East in search of such manuscripts, hundreds of which are now to be found in the Royal Library in Paris or the Bodleian in Oxford, to mention only the most important repositories. I haven't many books dealing specifically with the apocalypse, I said, and especially not with the passage about the number of the beast, but you might care to look at. And I listened, and I listed 10 or 12 titles in various languages indicating their contents and sometimes the chapter headings. I like this aspect of my profession, and I think I have a gift for it. But my visitor didn't seem as interested as I'd expected. Every time I mentioned a book, he would show his disappointment and impatience by fidgeting with his fingers or gazing around. Finally, I understood. Oh, you were told of a particular volume, is that it? He mispronounced some Arabic name, but I had no trouble making it out. Abu Mahar al-Mazandarani. To tell the truth, I'd been expecting to hear it for some while now. Anyone with a passion for books knows Mazandaranis. By reputation, that is, for very few people have actually held it in their hands. I'm still not sure, as a matter of fact, if it really exists or ever has done so. Let me explain, for it will soon look as if I'm talking in contradictions. When you study the works of certain famous and recognized authors, you will often find them mentioning the book in question, saying that one of their friends or teachers had it in his library once. But I have never come across a reputable writer who clearly confirms he's seen it. No one who says, I own it, I've looked through it, or I have read it. No one who actually quotes from it. So the really serious merchants and most scholars believe the book has never existed, and that few copies which show up from time to time are the work of forgers and hoaxers. The title of this legendary volume is The Unveiling of the Hidden Name, but it is usually known as the 100th Name. When I have explained what name that is, you will see why it has always been so much sought after. As everyone knows, the Quran mentions 99 names of God, though some prefer to call them epithets: the merciful, the avenger, the subtle, the apparent, the omniscient, the arbiter, the heir, and so on. And that figure, confirmed by tradition, has always provoked the obvious question in curious minds. Must there not be a hidden 100th name to round off the number? Quotations from the Prophet, which some doctors of the law contest though others recognize them as genuine, say there is indeed a supreme name that someone has only to utter to avert any kind of danger or obtain any favor from heaven. It is said that Noah knew it, and so was able to save himself and his family at the time of the flood. It is easy to see the attraction of the book that claims to reveal such a secret nowadays, when men live in fear of another deluge. I have had all sorts of people through my shop: a barefoot friar, an alchemist from Tabriz, a Turkish general, a Kabbalist from Tiberias, every one of them looking for that book. I've always thought it my duty to tell them why I thought it was only a mirage. Usually, my visitors resign themselves once they have heard my explanation. Some are disappointed, but others are relieved. If they can have the book, they prefer that nobody can. The Muscovite reacted neither one way nor the other. At first, he looked amused, as if to convey that he didn't believe a word of my patter. When I got annoyed at this and stopped short, he suddenly grew serious and begged in a low voice. "Sell it to me, and I'll give you all the gold I possess without a murmur." "My poor fellow," I felt like saying, "think yourself lucky you've come across an honest merchant. There are plenty who'd relieve you of your money in no time." I patiently started explaining again why, to the best of my knowledge, the book didn't exist, and how the only people who claimed otherwise were either naive and gullible authors or swindlers. As I spoke, his face grew flushed, like that of a doomed man whose doctor is airily explaining that the medicine the patient hoped would cure him has never been invented. I could see in his eyes not disappointment or resignation, not even incredulity anymore, but hatred, the daughter of fear. I cut short my explanations with the cautious conclusion. What the truth of the matter is, God only knows. But he had stopped listening. He stepped forward, grabbed at my clothes with his mighty hands, and crushed my chin against his giant chest. I thought he was going to strangle me or smash my skull against the wall. Luckily, his servant hurried over, touched him on the arm, and whispered something in his ear. Soothing words, I suppose, of his master to let go of me at once and thrust me disdainfully away. Then he left the shop, muttering imprecations in his own language. I never saw him again, and I'd probably have forgotten all about him, even his name, if his visit hadn't marked the beginning of a strange procession of callers. It took me some time to realize it, but I am certain now, after Ifdokim, the people who came to the shop were different from before, and behaved in quite another way. Hadn't the pilgrim from Moscow had a look of terror in his eye, a look of the sort of terror some might describe as holy? I could see it now in everyone, and with it the same attitude of urgency and impatience, the same mixture of persistence and apprehension. These are not mere impressions. It's the merchant speaking now, with his hand on his ledger. After the Russian's visit, not a day went by without someone coming and talking to me about the apocalypse, the Antichrist, the beast, and the number of the beast. Why not admit it outright? It's the apocalypse that has brought in most of what I've earned in the last few years. Yes, it's the beast that clothes me and the beast that feeds me. As soon as its mere shadow crops up in a book, buyers come running from all over the place, purses at the ready. It all sells for a fortune, learned treatises and far-fetched squibs alike. At one time, I've had on my shelves a tome called An Accurate Description of the Beast and Many Other Monsters of the Apocalypse in Latin, with 40 drawings into the bargain. But while this morbid enthusiasm makes me well off, it also makes me uneasy. I'm not the kind of man to go along with the follies of the moment. I keep my head when others are losing theirs. On the other hand, I am not one of those arrogant fools whom from their opinions as oysters form their pearls and then shut them away where nothing can touch them. I have my own ideas and beliefs, but I can hear the rest of the world breathing. I can't ignore the fear that's spreading everywhere. Even if I thought the world was going mad, I couldn't ignore its folly. I may smile and shrug my shoulders and execrate foolishness and frivolity, but I can't help being disturbed. In the struggle that goes on inside me between reason and unreason, the latter has won some points. Reason protests. Mocks, insists, resists, and I am still clear sighted enough to observe the confrontation more or less impartially. But it's precisely this vestige of lucidity that forces me to admit that unreason is gaining ground in me. One day, if things go on like this, I'll no longer be able to write as I'm writing now. I might even turn back through these pages and erase what I have just set down. What I call unreason now will have become what I believe in then. If that Balthasar should ever come into being, which God forbid, I hereby hate and despise him, and muster all the intelligence and honor I have left to curse him. I know this all sounds rather wild. That's because the rumors that are dining around the world have seeped into here. The sort of thing if Dokim said, then I hear in my own house now. It's my own fault. 18 months ago, as business was still flourishing, I decided to ask my sister Pleasance's two sons to come and give me a hand. My idea was that they should get to know the antiquities trade so that eventually they could take over from me. I had high hopes of Jabbar, especially. He was the elder of the two, a diligent, meticulous, studious youth, already almost a scholar before he was a man. The opposite of his younger brother Habib, who neglected his books to roam around the back streets. I didn't expect much of him, but at least I hoped he might settle down a bit if I gave him some unaccustomed responsibilities. A waste of time. As he has grown up, Habib has become an incorrigible womanizer. He does nothing but sit at the window of the shop, ogling and smiling and paying compliments and disappearing at all hours for mysterious appointments, the object of which I can easily guess. How many young women live nearby find when they go to fetch water that the quickest way to the fountain passes by our window. Habib means beloved. Names are rarely neutral. Jabbar stays well inside the shop. His skin grows paler all the time, so rarely does it see the sun. He reads, copies, makes notes, arranges, consults, compares. If his face ever lights up, it's not because the shoemaker's daughter has just come around the corner and is sauntering this way. It's because young Jabbar has just read something on page 237 of the commentary of commentaries that confirms what he thought was meant by a passage he found yesterday evening in the final exegesis. I am quite satisfied to skim through the most difficult and abstruse volumes out of duty, and even then I often stop for a yawn. Not he. He seems to revel in them as if in the most delicious sweetmeats. So much the better, I thought at first. I wasn't sorry to see him so industrious. I quoted him to his brother as an example and even started entrusting some of my own tasks to him. I didn't hesitate to let him deal with the most pernickety customers. He'd spend hours chatting to them, and though he wasn't primarily interested in business, he usually ended up selling them masses of books. I'd have been perfectly satisfied with him if he too hadn't begun, and with all the ardor of youth, to irritate me with talk of imminent end of the world and the omens heralding its coming. Was it the influence of the books he read, or of some of my customers? At first I thought I could settle the matter by clapping him on the shoulder and telling him to pay no attention to such nonsense. He seemed a very biddable lad, and I believed he'd obey me in that as in other things. Little did I know him, and little did I know the age we live in and its passions and obsessions. According to my nephew, we have an appointment with the end of the world that dates from its beginning. Those alive today will have the dubious privilege of witnessing the macabre culmination of history. As far as I can see, this doesn't make him feel sad or depressed. On the contrary, I think I detect a sort of pride. tinged with fear, no doubt, but also with a certain amount of exultation. Every day he finds some new confirmation of his predictions in Latin, Greek, or Arabic sources. Everything is converging, he says, towards a certain date. The date cited in the Russian book of the faith. If only I hadn't told him about it. 1666. Next year. The year of the beast, as he likes to call it. He backs up his belief with a whole array of arguments, quotations, computations, learned calculations, and an endless litany of signs. I always think that if you look for signs, you find them. And I write this down once again, lest in the maelstrom of madness that is seizing the world, I should one day forget it. Manifest signs, speaking signs, troubling signs, people always manage to prove what they want to believe. They're just as well off if they try to prove the opposite. That's what I think, but I'm rattled just the same by the approach of the famous year. I still remember a scene that took place 2 or 3 months ago. My nephews and I had to work late to finish the inventory before the summer, and we were all exhausted. I'd collapsed onto a chair with my arms circling my open ledger and a nearby oil lamp beginning to dim. Then suddenly Jabbar came and leaned over the other side of the table so that his head touched mine and his hands pressed down painfully on my elbows. His whole face glowed red. He threw a huge shadow on the walls and furniture, and he whispered in a lugubrious voice, "The world is like this lamp. It has burned its ration of oil. Only a drop is left. See how the flame flickers? The world will soon go out." With being so tired and with all that gossip about the coming apocalypse, I suddenly felt quite crushed by these ominous words, as if I hadn't even the strength to sit up straight, as if I must just sprawl there and wait for the flame to die away before my eyes and the darkness to swallow me up. Then the voice of Habib rose up behind me, laughing, cheeky, sunny, salutary. "When are you going to stop tormenting poor uncle? Boumeh?" Boumeh meaning owl or bird of ill omen. That's what the younger brother has called the elder since they were children. And as I stood up that evening, suddenly crippled with aches and pains, I'd swore I'd call him that too from then on. But though I do so and curse and swear and mutter to myself, I can't help listening to what Boumeh says, and his words nest in my mind, so that I too start to see signs where before I saw only coincidences, tragic or instructive or amusing coincidences, but where once I'd have just exclaimed in surprise, now I start, I'm worried, I tremble, and I even think about changing the peaceful course of my existence. Admittedly, recent events were bound to unsettle me. Just take the business of old Idris. Just to shrug my shoulders as if that didn't concern me would not merely have been unwise, it would have been reckless and blind. Idris came and sought refuge in our little town of Gibelet, sometimes known as Byblos, 7 or 8 years ago. In rags and with practically no belongings, he seemed as poor as he was. No one ever really found out who he was, where he came from, or what he had fled. Persecution, debt, a family vendetta. As far as I know, he never told anyone his secret. He lived alone in a hovel he was able to rent cheaply. The old man, whom I rarely came across and with whom I never exchanged more than a couple of words, came to the shop last month clutching to his chest a large book that he awkwardly suggested I should buy. I leafed through it, an undistinguished anthology of the work of little-known poetasters, copied out in shaky and irregular calligraphy, badly bound and badly preserved. "A unique treasure," said the old man. "It's all I have left from my grandfather. I'd never have parted with it if I wasn't in such dire, unique. There must have been something similar in half the houses in the country. It would remain on my hands till the day I died, I thought. But how could I show the poor wretch the door when he'd swallowed his pride and his shame in the hope of getting some money to buy food? "Leave it with me, Haj Idris," I said. "I'll show it to some of my customers who might be interested." I knew already how I'd proceed, just as my father would have done, God rest his soul, if he'd still been in my place. For conscience' sake, I made myself read a few of the poems. As I'd seen at first glance, they were mostly minor works with a few well-turned lines here and there, but on the whole of the book was completely trite and unsellable. At best I might get 6 Maydines for it, more probably 3 or 4 from a customer really keen on Arabic poetry, but in fact I found a better use for it. A few days after Idris's visit, an Ottoman dignitary who was passing through came to buy a few things from me, and as he insisted on having a discount, I got myself a satisfied client by giving him the book free as well. I waited for just under a week, then went to see the old man. God, how dark his house was, and God, how empty and poor. After I'd pushed open the rickety wooden door, I found myself in a room with a bare floor and bare walls. Idris was sitting on a mud-colored straw mat. I sat down cross-legged beside him. "An important personage came to my shop," I told him, "and he was pleased when I offered your book to him. I've brought you the money that's due to you." Please note that I told him the exact truth. I can't bear to lie, though I may occasionally cheat a little by leaving something out, but I was only trying to save the poor man's dignity by treating him as a merchant rather than a beggar. So I took 3 1 Maydine coins out of my purse, then 3 5 Maydine pieces, pretending to calculate the total carefully. He stared at me wide-eyed. "I didn't expect all that, my son, not even half as much." I shook my finger at him. "Never say that to a shopkeeper, Haj Idris. He might be tempted to diddle you." "No danger of that with you, Balthasar, Effendi. You are my benefactor." I started to get up, but he stopped me. "I've got something else for you," he said. He disappeared behind a curtain for a few moments, then came back carrying another book. "What, more?" I thought to myself, perhaps he's got a whole library in the other room. What the devil have I gotten myself into? As if he'd read my thoughts, he hastened to reassure me. "It's the last book I've got left," he said, "and I want you to have it. You and nobody else." He placed it on my hands, open at the first page as if on a lectern. Good heavens! The 100th name! Mazandarani's book! I never have dreamed of finding it in such a hole. "But Haj Idris, this is a very rare book. You ought not to part with it like that." "It's no longer mine. It's yours now. Keep it. Read it. I never could." I turned the pages eagerly, but the room was too dark for me to make out more than the title. The 100th name. Good heaven! As I came out of the shack with the precious tome under my arm, I felt quite drunk. Was it really possible that this book, sought after by the whole world, was in my possession? How many men had come from the ends of the earth in search of it, and I told them it didn't exist when all the time it was in that dilapidated hut a stone's throw away, and a man I scarcely knew was making me a present of it. It was so disturbing, so unimaginable, I found myself laughing aloud in the street like an idiot. I was still like that, tipsy but incredulous, when a passerby hailed me. "Balthasar! Effendi!" I recognized the voice straight away. Sheikh Abdel Basit, Imam of Gibelet's mosque. But how he could have known who I was when he's been blind from birth and I hadn't said a word? I went over to him and we exchanged the usual greetings. Where do you come from, dancing along like that? I've been to Idris. Did he sell you a book? How did you know? Why else would you have gone to see the poor fellow? He laughed. True, I said, laughing too. An irreligious book? Why should it have been? If it wasn't, he'd have offered it to me. To tell the truth, I don't know much yet about it. I don't know much yet about what's in it. It was too dark to see in Idris's place. I'm waiting to get home to be able to read it. The Sheikh held out his hand. Show me. His lips are always half open as if he's about to smile. I never know when he really is smiling. Anyhow, he took the book, leafed through it for a few seconds as he held it in front of his closed eyes, then handed it back. It's too dark here too, he said. I can't see anything. This time he laughed aloud, looking up at the sky. I didn't know if politeness required me to join in. That being so, I just gave a little cough halfway between a stifled laugh and a clearing of the throat. So, what sort of book is it? He asked. You can hide the truth from a man who can see. Lying is sometimes a necessary skill, but to lie to someone blind is base and unworthy. A certain sense of honor and perhaps some superstition obliged me to speak the truth, though I did wrap it up in some careful conditionals. It may be the book that's attributed to Abu Mahar al-Mazandarani, the 100th name, but I'm waiting until I get home to check that it's genuine. He tapped the ground 3 or 4 times with his stick, breathing heavily. Why does anyone need a 100th name? I was taught all the names I needed to pray with when I was a child. What would I want a 100th one for? Tell me, who you have read so many books in every language. He took a string of prayer beads out of his pocket and started telling them rapidly as he waited my answer. What could I say? I had no more reason than he to champion the hidden name, but I felt obliged to explain. As you know, some people claim the supreme name allows you to perform miracles. Miracles? Idris has had that book for years, and what miracle has he performed for himself? Has it made him less poor, less decrepit? What misfortune has it saved him from? He didn't wait for my reply to that, but went off lashing at the air and the dust with his angry stick. My first concern on reaching home was to hide the book from my nephews, especially from Boumeh. I was sure if he actually saw and touched it, he'd go out of his mind, so I slipped it under my shirt, and when I got indoors, I hid it safely under an old and very fragile statuette that no one was allowed even to dust, let alone move. That was last Saturday, 15 August. I promised myself I'd spend Sunday examining Mazandarani's book closely. As usual, I rose rather late on Sunday, an infidel hour, some would call it, but as soon as I was up, I went along the little corridor that leads from my bedroom to the shop, got the book out, and sat down on my desk as a nervous child. I'd bolted the door on the inside so that my nephews shouldn't take me by surprise, and drawn the curtains to discourage visitors, so I had quiet and cool, but when I opened the book I realized there wasn't enough light, so I decided to move my chair nearer the window. While I was doing so, someone knocked at the door. I let out an oath and listened, hoping whoever it was would tire of waiting and go away. Unfortunately, he knocked again, not just a timid tap, an imperious thump, and then a volley of them. "Coming!" I shouted. I quickly put the book back in its hiding place, then went and opened the door. My caller's insistence had made me think it must be someone important, and so it was. Chevalier Hugh de Marmontel, emissary of the court of France. A most cultivated person, a connoisseur of Oriental literature and objects d'art, who had often come to my place in the course of recent years and made substantial purchases. He was on the way from Saida to Tripoli, he told me, whence he would take ship for Constantinople, and he could not possibly pass through Gibelet without knocking at the door of the Embriachi's noble dwelling. I thanked him for his compliments and his concern, and naturally asked him in. After drawing back the curtains, I let him browse about at leisure among the curios, as was his habit, following him at a distance so as to be able to answer any questions, but not bothering him with any unsolicited comments. He began by glancing through the copy of Samuel Bochard's Geographia Sacra. "I bought it as soon as it was published," he said, "and I keep referring to it. At last a book that deals with the Phoenicians, your ancestors, that is to say, of the people of this country." He moved forward a pace or two, then halted. "These statuettes are Phoenicians, aren't they?" he said. "Where are they from?" I was proud to say that I myself had found and excavated them in a field close to the beach. "I am very fond of this one," I admitted. The Chevalier merely said, "Oh," surprised that a merchant should speak so of something offered for sale. I was slightly offended at this and said no more, merely waiting for him to turn and ask me to explain my attachment. When he did so, I told him that the two statuettes had once been buried side by side, but with time the metal they were made of rusted in such a way that a hand of each had become welded into the hand of the other. I like to think of them as two lovers separated by death but reunited forever by time, rust, and the earth. Everyone else who sees them speaks of two statuettes, but I prefer to speak of them as one, the statuette of the lovers. The Chevalier put out his hand to take hold of it. I begged him to be careful, as the least shock might break them apart. No doubt thinking I had been rather abrupt with him, he signed to me to handle my statuette myself. So, with the greatest possible care, I started to carry it nearer to the window. I expected him to follow, but when I turned around, he was still standing in the same place. In his hand he was holding the 100th name. He was as white as a sheet. I too turned pale. "How long have you had it?" he asked. "Since yesterday." "Didn't you once tell me you didn't think it existed?" "That's what I've always thought, but I must have told you forgeries appeared from time to time." "Is this one of them?" "Probably, but I haven't had time yet to make sure." "How much do you want for it?" I almost said, "It's not for sale," but I changed my mind. One should never say that to an important personage. He'll only say, "In that case, I'll borrow it." And then, for fear of giving offense, you have to lend it to him, and of course it's highly likely you'll never see your book again, nor your customer either. I've learned that to my cost. "As a matter of fact," I stammered, "it belongs to a crazy old fellow who lives at the most broken down hovel in Gibelet. He's convinced it's worth a fortune." "How much?" "A fortune," as I said. "He's insane." At this point I noticed that my nephew Boume had come up behind us and was observing the scene in stunned surprise. I hadn't heard him enter. I asked him to come over and be introduced to our eminent visitor. I hoped this would allow me to change the subject and escape from the trap closing in on me, but the Chevalier just nodded briefly and repeated, "How much is the book, Signor Balthasar? I am waiting." How much should I say? The most I ever charged for a rarest volume was 600 maidens. Sometimes, very exceptionally, the price went up to 1,000, which in Seoul's tournoi came to. He's asking 1,500, but I can't let you pay all of that for a forgery. Without a word, my visitor opened his purse and counted out the sum in sound French currency. Then he handed the book to one of his servants, who went and stowed it away in the midst of his baggage. I'd like to have the statuettes too, but I suppose I haven't enough money left for that. Take the two lovers as well, then. They are not for sale, but please have them as a gift. Take good care of them. I then invited him to stay to lunch, but he briefly declined. One of his escort told me he had to get on with his journey as soon as possible if he wanted to reach Tripoli by nightfall. His ship sailed the next day for Constantinople. I accompanied the party to Gibelet harbor, but without getting another word out of the emissary, nor so much as a farewell glance. I reached home to find Boumé weeping and wringing his hands with rage. Why did you give him that book? I don't understand it. I didn't understand it either. In a moment of weakness, I'd lost the 100th name, the statuette I was so fond of, and the respect of the emissary. I had even more reason to lament than my nephew, but I had to defend myself somehow. What can I say? It just happened. I had no choice. He is the envoy of the King of France, after all. My poor nephew was sobbing like a child. I took him by the shoulders. Cheer up. It was a forgery, as you and I both know. He pulled himself free. If it was a forgery, we committed a fraud by selling it to him at that price. And if by some miracle it wasn't a forgery, we shouldn't have parted with it for all the gold on earth. Who sold it to you? Old Idris. Idris? How much for? He gave it to me. In that case, he certainly didn't mean you to sell it. Not even for 1,500 maidens. With that, you could buy a house, new clothes, hire a maid, perhaps even get married. Boumé didn't feel like laughing. He seldom does. If I understand you correctly, you intend to give all this money to Idris? Yes, without even putting it in our till. I stood up, put the coins in a leather purse, and left the house. How would the old fellow react? Would he reproach me for selling what was meant as a present? Or would he see the incredible amount of money I was bringing him as a gift from heaven? As I pushed open the door of his hut, I found a neighbor sitting on the threshold with her face buried in her hands. Before going in, I asked her if Hajj Idris was at home. She looked up and spoke one word. Tawaffa. He is dead. I am sure his heart stopped beating at the very moment when I gave his book to the Chevalier de Marmontel. I can't get the idea out of my head. Hadn't I asked myself how the old man would react to what I'd done? Now I knew. Is my bad conscience preventing me from thinking straight? Alas, facts are facts. The coincidence is too striking. I have acted very, very wrongly, and I must make amends. It didn't occur to me at once that I ought to follow the book to Constantinople. As a matter of fact, I am still not sure there is any point in it, but I have allowed myself to be persuaded it's the best thing to do. To begin with, there were Boumé's moans and groans, but I expected and was annoyed by them in advance, so they didn't really affect my decision, especially as the foolish fellow wanted to set out straight away. To hear him, you'd think all that had just happened was made up of signs from heaven, specially directed at me, and despairing of seeing me interpret them correctly, Providence was supposed to have sacrificed the life of poor Idris with the sole object of opening my eyes. Opening my eyes to what? What am I supposed to understand? That time is short, that the accursed year is at hand, that death is lurking around us. You've held your own salvation and ours in your hands. You've had the 100th name in your possession and you couldn't hold on to it. Well, I can't do anything now. The Chevalier's miles away. That's the work of Providence too. We must catch him up. We must set out right away. I shrugged. I didn't even intend to reply. There was no question of my going along with such childish behavior. Set out at once, ride all night, and get our throats cut by brigands. As for dying, I prefer to die next year with the rest of my fellow men rather than anticipate the end of the world. But the boy wouldn't budge. If it's too late to catch him in Tripoli, we can still meet him in Constantinople. Suddenly a lively voice from behind us. Constantinople! The best idea Boumé ever had! Habib, now he was putting on his oar and... So you've deigned to honor us with your presence. I always knew it would be my unlucky day when you and your brother agreed about something for once. I care nothing for your tales of the end of the world, and I'm not in the least interested in that confounded book, but I have been wanting to go to the big city for a long time. Didn't you say that when you were my age, your father, our grandfather Tommaso, wanted you to see Constantinople? This had nothing to do with the case, but it touched me on my weakest spot, the reverence I'd felt for my father since he died, and for all he'd ever said or done. As I listened to Habib, a lump came into my throat, my eyes glazed over, and I heard myself murmur, True, true, perhaps we should go to Constantinople. Next day, Idris was buried in the Muslim cemetery. There weren't many mourners there, my nephews and me, 3 or 4 neighbors, and Sheikh Abdel Basit, who conducted the service. When it was over, he took me by the arm and asked me to go home with him. I'm glad you came, he said as I helped him over the little wall around the cemetery. This morning I wondered if I'd have to bury him on my own. He had no one, poor man, neither son nor daughter, nephew nor niece, no heir at all, though it's true that if it had one, he'd have had nothing to leave him. His only bequest was to you, that wretched book. This left me deep in thought. I'd seen the book as a token of thanks, not as a bequest, but in a way that was what it was, or had become, and I'd gone and sold it. Would old Idris in his new abode forgive me? We walked in silence for a while up a steep and stony road without any shade. Abdul Basit was plunged in his thoughts and I in mine, or rather in my remorse. Then he said, straightening his turban, I hear you're leaving us soon. Where are you going? To Constantinople, God willing. He stopped and put his head on one side as if to catch the din of the distant city. Istanbul, Istanbul. To those who have eyes, it's hard to say the world has nothing to show, yet it's the truth, believe me. If you want to know the world, all you need to do is listen. What people see when they travel is never more than an illusion. Shadows chasing other shadows. The roads and countries teach us nothing we don't know already, nothing we can't hear within ourselves in the peace of the night. The man of religion may be right, but my mind is made up. I am leaving, against my better judgment and to some extent unwillingly, but I am leaving. I can't bear the thought of spending the next 4 months, then the 12 months of the fateful year itself, sitting in my shop listening to predictions, setting down signs, listening to reproaches, and endlessly mulling over my fears and regrets. My beliefs haven't changed. I still execrate stupidity and superstition. I am still sure the lamp of the world isn't about to go out. But that said, how can I, who doubt everything, not doubt my own doubts? Today is Sunday. Idris was buried last Monday, and we're to set off tomorrow at dawn. There'll be four of us, me, my nephews, and Hatim, my clerk, who'll see to the animals and provisions. We're taking 10 mules, no less, 4 for riding, the others to carry the baggage. That way, none of the beasts will be overloaded, and we should, God willing, be able to keep up a good pace. Khalil, my other clerk, who's honest but not very resourceful, will stay behind to help Pleasance look after the shop. My excellent sister Pleasance, who takes a poor view of this impromptu journey. It makes her sad and anxious to be parted like this from her 2 sons and her brother, but she knows it would be no use trying to oppose it. Nonetheless, this morning, when we were all caught up in the bustle of last-minute preparations, she came and asked me if it wouldn't be better to put off our departure for a few weeks. I reminded her that we must cross Anatolia before the winter. She didn't insist, just muttered a prayer and began to weep silently. Habib did his best to tease her out of it, while her other son, more horrified than sympathetic, told her to hurry up and go and bathe her eyes with rose water, because tears shed on the eve of a journey are an evil omen. When I'd first told Pleasance I planned to take her children with me, she hadn't objected, but it was only natural for her maternal instincts to break out in the end. Trust Boume to imagine a mother's tears could bring bad luck. Pages written in my house at Gibelet on the eve of my departure. I'd gathered together my notebook, ink, reeds, and blotting powder ready for the journey, but this same Sunday evening I've had to set them out on my desk again for use. A stupid incident occurred at the end of the afternoon which nearly prevented us from leaving, something I find not only highly exasperating but humiliating as well. I'd have preferred not to mention it, but I promised myself I'd record everything in my journal, and I mean to keep to my resolve. The cause of all this bother is a woman called Marta, known around here with a tinge of sarcasm as the widow. A few years ago she married a fellow everyone knew to be a lout. He was from a family of louts, all of them crooks, pilferers, scoundrels, footpads, wreckers, every single one of them, old and young alike, as far back as anyone can remember. And pretty Marta, then a pert young thing, impish, wilful, mischievous, but not a bad girl, fell in love with one of them. His name was Sayyaf. She could have had any eligible young man in the village. I'd have been more willing myself. I don't deny it. Her father happened to be my barber and a friend of mine. When I went to his place in the morning for a shave and caught a glimpse of her, I'd come away humming a tune. There was something in her voice, her walk, the way she fluttered her eyelashes, something no man with blood in his veins could resist. Her father had noticed how attracted I was and had given me to understand that he'd be delighted, even flattered, at such a connection. But the lass had fallen for the other fellow, and one morning we heard she'd let him carry her off, and a renegade priest had married them. The barber died of grief a few months later, leaving his only daughter a house, an orchard, and more than 200 gold sultanins. Marta's husband, who'd never worked in his life, then decided to go into trade in a big way and charter a boat. He persuaded his wife to let him have all her father's savings down to the last penny, and off he went to Tripoli. He has never been seen again since. At first the story went that he'd made a fortune with a cargo of spices and built a whole fleet of ships for himself and planned to come and show off sailing past Gibelet. People said Marta spent all her days by the sea with the girls she knew, proudly waiting for him. But in vain. No ships, no fortune, and no husband ever turned up. After a while, other less, other less splendid rumors began to circulate. He'd been drowned in shipwrecks. He'd turned pirate, been captured by the Turks and hanged. But some said he'd got a hideout on the coast near Smyrna, and by now had a wife and children. This mortified his wife, who never got pregnant during their brief life together and was reputed to be barren. For the unfortunate Marta, alone for 6 years already, neither married nor free, without resources, without brothers or sisters, without children, espied on by all her louts of in-laws, lest she think of sullying the honor of her vagabond of a husband, every day was agony. So she started to maintain with a persistence bordering on madness that she'd heard from a reliable source that Sayyaf was dead, so she really was a widow. But when she dressed in black, the family of the alleged departed attacked her mercilessly, accusing her of bringing the absent Sayyaf bad luck. After being the victim of several blows, the marks of which anyone could see on her face and hands, the widow resigned herself to wearing colors again. But she did not admit defeat. In recent weeks, it was said she'd told some of her girlfriends that she planned to go to Constantinople to check with the authorities whether her husband was really dead, and that she wouldn't come back without a firman from the Sultan proving that she was a widow and free to begin a new life. And it seems she carried out her threat. This Sunday morning, she didn't attend Mass. It was said she'd left Gibelet during the night, taking her clothes and jewels with her. Rumors at once arose implicating me. This is annoying and insulting, and above all, do I have to swear it on the gospel? It is simply untrue, absolutely and entirely untrue. I haven't exchanged a single word with Marta for years, since her father's funeral, I think. At the most, I have greeted her in the street from time to time, furtively raising my hand to my hat. That's all. From me, on the day I heard she'd married that rascal, it was all over. But hearsay now has it that I've made a secret arrangement to take her with me to Constantinople, and as I couldn't do so openly before the whole village, I'm supposed to have told her to go ahead in advance and wait for me to pick her up at an appointed place. It's even said that it's because of her that I've never remarried, which was nothing to do with the truth, as I one day have the opportunity to explain. Untrue though it is, this story looks quite plausible, and it seems to me most people believe it, beginning with Marta's brothers-in-law, who claim to be sure of my guilt, insulted by my alleged tricks and determined to avenge their honor. This afternoon, Rasmi, the most excitable of them, burst into my house brandishing a gun and swearing he was going to do me in. It took all my self-possession and that of Hatim, my clerk, to calm him down. He insisted I delay my departure to demonstrate my good faith. It's true that would have been done away with all the rumors and suspicions, but why should I guarantee my honesty to a gang of louts? And for how long would I have to postpone my journey? Until Marta showed up again? And what if she'd gone away for good? Habib and Jabbar were against any delay, and I think I'd have gone down in their esteem if I'd weakened. Besides, I didn't for a moment feel inclined to give in. I simply weighed the pros and cons as a sensible man should before giving a firm refusal. Then the fellow said he was going to come with us in the morning. He wanted to make sure the runaway wasn't waiting for us in some nearby hamlet along the way. My nephews and my clerk were all outraged at this, and my sister even more so, but I made them see reason. The road belongs to everyone. If he wants to travel in the same direction as us, we can't stop him, I said loudly and clearly, so that the fellow should understand that he might follow the same route as us, but he wouldn't be traveling with us. I'm probably overestimating his sensibility. and we certainly can't count on his manners. But there are four of us, and he's on his own. His tagging along annoys me rather than worries me. Heaven grant we don't have to deal with any more formidable threat on our journey than this bewhiskered braggart. The village of Anfa, 24 August 1665. The country round Gibelet is not very safe in the half light, so we waited till daybreak to pass through the gate of the town. Rasmi was there, waiting for us, tugging at the bridle of his mule to make it stay quiet. He seems to have picked a very skittish mount for the journey. I hope it will soon make him tired of trying to keep up with us. As soon as we reached the coast road, he turned off and rode to the top of a headland, whence he gazed around the landscape, smoothing his mustache. Watching him out of the corner of my eye, I wondered for the first time what could have become of the unfortunate Marta, and I was suddenly ashamed of myself for, up till now, thinking only of the trouble her disappearance had caused me. It was her fate I ought to have been worrying about. Might she have done something desperate? Perhaps her body would one day be washed up on the beach. The whispering would stop then. A few tears would be shed, then oblivion. And would I mourn the woman who almost became mine? I found her attractive. I wanted her. I used to watch her out for her smiles, the way her hips moved when she walked, the way she tossed her hair, the tinkling of her bracelets. I might have loved her dearly, clasped her to me every night. I might have grown fond of her voice, her step, her hands. She might have been with me this morning when I left. She, too, might have wept like my sister Pleasance, and tried to make me give up the journey. My mind, distracted by the jolting of my mount, wandered further and further afield. I could now see the woman I hadn't really looked at for years. Once again she flashed me the playful glances that were hers in the blessed days when she was still only the barber's daughter. I upbraided myself for not having desired her enough to love her, for having let her marry her misfortune. Her valiant brother-in-law had ridden up several more of the hills that border the road. He gazed in all directions, and once he even called out, "Marta, come out! I saw you!" But there was nothing there. His mustache is bigger than his brain. The four of us rode forward at the same pace, pretending not to notice his gallops, his stopping and starting, or the clapping of his legs against the flanks of his mule. But at noon, when Hatem prepared some food, only local flat bread stuffed with local cheese, seasoned with oil and oregano, I invited the intruder to share our meal. Neither my nephews nor my clerk approved of my generosity, and given the ill-mannered oaf's behavior, I must say they were right. For he grabbed what we offered him, took it to the other side of the road, and devoured it all alone like a brute beast, with his back to us, too uncouth to eat with us, but not proud enough to go hungry. What a pathetic wretch! We are going to spend this first night at Anfa, a village on the coast. A fisherman has offered us food and shelter. When I went to open my purse to give him a token of thanks, he declined, then took me aside and asked me instead to tell him what I knew about the rumors concerning next year. I spoke in as learned a manner as I could reassure him. They were only empty rumors, I told him, the kind that always circulate when men lose courage. Don't be taken in by them. Does it not say in the scriptures, "Ye know neither the day nor the hour"? My host was so comforted by these words that, not content with having offered us hospitality, he took my hand and kissed it. I blushed with shame. If the good fellow only knew the absurd reason for my journey, and there I was pretending to dispense wisdom. Before going to bed, I made myself write these few paragraphs by the light of a rank smelling candle. I am not sure I have selected what's important. It's not going to be easy to distinguish the essential from the trivial every day, the significant from the incidental, the true paths from the blind alleys, but I mean to go forward with my eyes open. Tripoli, 25 August. We seem to have shaken off our unwelcome fellow traveler, only to meet with other troubles. This morning, Rasmi was waiting for us outside the house where we'd spent the night, mustache bristling, ready to go. He must have slept in another house in the village, I suppose, some brigand of his acquaintance. When we set out, he followed us for a few minutes, then rode to the top of a headland as he had done yesterday to scan the landscape. Then he turned back and went off in the direction of Gibelet. My companions are still wondering if it wasn't a ruse, and if he won't try to surprise us further on, but I don't think so. I don't think we shall see him again. We reached Tripoli at noon. This must be the 20th time I've been there, but I never passed through the city gates without emotion. It is here that my ancestors first set foot in the Levant more than 500 years ago. In those days, the Crusaders were besieging the town unsuccessfully. Encelado and Braccio, one of my ancestors, helped them build a citadel designed to overcome the resistance of the beleaguered defenders and offered the aid of his ships to blockade the harbor. In return, he was given the seigniory of Gibelet. The domain remained in my family for a good 200 years, and even when the last Frankish estate in the Levant was destroyed, the Embriachi managed to persuade the victorious Mamluks to let them hold on to their fief for a few more years. We had been among the first Crusaders to arrive, and we were the last to leave. We didn't quite go even then. Am I not the living proof of that? When the reprieve was over and we had to abandon our domain of Gibelet to the Muslims, what remained of the family decided to return to Genoa. Return is not the right word. They had all been born in the Levant, and most of them had never set foot in the city of their forefathers came from. However, once back in Genoa, Bartolomeo, my ancestor at the time, soon fell into a state of depression. For a while, at the time of the First Crusades, the Embriachi had been one of the city's most prominent families, with their own private mansion in their own quarter of the town, their own followers and supporters, a tower named after them, and the biggest fortune in all Genoa. They had now been supplanted by other families, the Dorias, the Spinolas, the Grimaldis, and the Fiaschis, had all become more eminent than they. My ancestor felt degraded, exiled even. He might be a Genoese. He was one in his speech, his dress, his way of life, but he was only a Genoese from the east. So my people went to sea again and weighed the anchor in various ports, Haifa, Alexandria, Chios, and Ugo. My great-grandfather had the idea of going back to Gibelet, where in return for services rendered the authorities gave him back a plot of land in what had once been his family fief. We had to abandon our seigneurial pretensions and go back to commerce, our original occupation, but the memory of our days of glory survived. According to documents still in my possession, I am the 18th descendant in the direct male line of the man who conquered Tripoli. So, when I go to the bookseller's district, how can I fail to feast my eyes on the citadel where once fluttered the banner of the Embriachi? When they see me coming, the merchants make fun of me and start to call one another, "Watch out! The Genoese is here to take the citadel again! Don't let him by!" They come out of their booths and really do stop me, but only to embrace me rowdily and offer me coffee and cordials at every step. They are naturally a hospitable people, but I must say I'm a sympathetic colleague too and an extremely good customer. If I don't come to them, They send me any items they think might interest me, but which are not in their line. That is to say, mostly relics, icons, and old books relating to Christianity. They themselves are, for the most part, Muslims or Jews, and their customers are chiefly their co religionists, mainly concerned with their own faith. Today, arriving in the city at noon, I went at once to see Abdus a Muslim friend of mine. He was sitting at the door of his shop, surrounded by his brothers and a few other booksellers from the same street. But when following the usual elaborate exchange of courtesies, and after I'd introduced my nephews to those who didn't already know them, I was asked what brought me here. I was tongue-tied. Something told me it would be best not to say. It was the voice of reason speaking, and I should have listened to it. Surrounded by these respectable characters who all had a high opinion of me and regarded me rather as the most senior member of our group, if not because of my age and erudition, then at least because of my fame and fortune, I realized it would be unwise to reveal the real reason for my visit. Though at the same time, another, less prudent voice was urging me to take a different course. After all, if old Idris in his hovel had had a copy of this coveted work, why shouldn't the booksellers in Tripoli have one too? Theirs might be no less of forgery. Theirs might be no less of a forgery than his, but it could save me having to go all the way to Constantinople. After some seconds of reflection, during which all eyes rested weightily on me, I finally said, "I suppose one of you wouldn't happen to have a copy of that treatise by Mazandarani that people are talking about these days, The 100th Name?" I'd spoken in as light, detached, and ironic a tone as I could manage, but an immediate silence fell on the small company, and it seemed to me on the whole city. All eyes now turned on my friend Abdus. He was no longer looking at me either. He cleared his throat as if about to speak, but instead he let out a forced staccato laugh, which he suddenly cut short to take a sip of water. Then he said to me, "We're always glad to see you." This meant that my present visit was over. I stood up sheepishly and said a word of farewell to those closest to me. The rest had already scattered. Stunned, I began to walk back to the hostelry where we were to spend the night. Hatem came and told me he was going to buy some provisions. Habib whispered that he was off for a stroll by the harbor. I let them both go without comment. Only Jabbar stayed with me, but I didn't speak to him either. What could I have said? "A plague on you, Boumeh. It's your fault I've been humiliated." His fault and Evdokim's and Idris's and Marmontel's, and the fault of many others, but most of all it's mine, and it's first and foremost up to me to preserve my reason, my reputation, and my dignity. I wonder, though, why those booksellers reacted as they did. Their attitude was very cold and curt towards someone who's always found them friendly and prudent. I expected amused smiles at most, not such hostility, and I framed my questions so carefully. I don't understand. I simply don't understand. Writing these lines has calmed me down, but that incident put me in a bad humor for the rest of the day. I went for Hatem because he didn't buy what I meant him to buy. Then I scolded Habib for not coming back from his excursion till after dark. To Boumeh, the main cause of my discomfiture, I couldn't think what to say. On the road, 26 August. How could I have been so naive? It was staring me in the face and I didn't see it. When I woke up this morning, Habib wasn't there. He'd risen early and whispered to Hatem that he had to go and buy something in the Citadel market and would meet us afterwards near the Byzantine gate to the northeast of the city. "I just hope he gets there before we do," I exclaimed, "because I shan't wait for him, not a single minute." And I gave the order for us to leave at once. The gate isn't far from the hostelry, so we were soon there. I looked around. No Habib in sight. Give him time, pleaded my clerk who has always had a soft spot for the boy. I shan't wait long, I replied, tapping my foot impatiently, but I had to wait for him. What else could I do? We were setting out on a long journey. I couldn't very well abandon my nephew on the way. After an hour, by which time the sun was high in the sky, Hatim, pretending to be all excited, called out to me, Here comes Habib, running and waving his arms. He's a good lad, really. God save him. Always smiling and affectionate. The main thing, master, is that he hasn't come to any harm. All this obviously to try to spare him a trouncing, but I wouldn't be mollified. An hour we'd been waiting. There was no question of my greeting him or smiling at him. I wouldn't even look in the direction he was coming from. I just waited another minute, long enough for him to come up with us, and then I stalked off towards the city gate. Habib was now behind me. I could feel his presence and hear his breathing, but I kept my back turned on him. I'll start talking to him again, I thought, when he's kissed my hand respectfully and promised not to stay away again without my permission. If we're to continue this journey together, I need to know all the time where my nephews are. When we reached the officer keeping the gate, I greeted him formally, told him who I was, and slipped him a suitable coin. And this is your son? He asked, nodding towards the person behind me. No, he's my nephew. No, I'm his nephew. And this woman? That's his wife, said Habib. Right. You may proceed. My wife? I decided to get through the gate and away from the customs post and the soldiers, still looking straight in front of me. Then I turned around. It was Marta, the widow, dressed in black and smiling all over her face. No, I admit I didn't understand anything till now. Didn't even suspect, and Habib handled it well, I agree. He's usually up to all sorts of tricks in order to charm both men and women, but in the last few days he didn't indulge in one knowing smile or a single teasing allusion. He pretended to be as shocked as I was by Rasmi's accusations, which turned out in the end to be less flimsy than I thought. I suppose in due course my nephew will tell me how it was all arranged. But what's the point? I can guess most of it. I can guess why he so surprisingly sided with his brother to urge me to make this journey to Constantinople. I imagine he then hurried off to tell the widow, and she must have thought that was a good moment to run away. So she left Gibelet and must have spent one night in Tripoli staying with a cousin or in a convent. That's all so plain I don't need any confessions, but until the whole thing was put right under my nose, I didn't have an inkling. So what should I do now? For the rest of the day I just walked straight ahead, without expression, without saying a word. Sulking solves nothing, I know. But unless I want to lose all dignity and all authority over my family, I can't act as if I hadn't been led up the garden path. The trouble is, I'm forgetful by nature, easygoing and always inclined to forgive. All day I've had to make an effort to keep up my attitude of injured innocence, and I'll have to keep it up for another day or two, even if it hurts me more than the people I'm trying to punish. The four of them trail along behind me, not daring to speak to one another above a whisper. Good. The village of the tailor, 27 August. Today we've acquired another unexpected companion, but a respectable one this time. We had a terrible night. I knew this inn we stopped at, but I hadn't been there for a long while. Perhaps I'd stayed there at a more auspicious time. I didn't remember those swarms of mosquitoes, those cracked and moldering walls, that stench of stagnant water. I spent the whole night tossing and turning, clapping my hands together every time I heard that menacing drone approaching. In the morning, when it was time to set out again, I'd hardly close my eyes. Later on during the day, I fell asleep in the saddle several times and nearly fell off my mule. Fortunately, Hatim came and rode close beside me to prop me up from time to time. He's a good fellow. I'm not really cross with him. Towards noon, after we'd been traveling for a good 5 hours and I was looking for a shady spot to have our midday meal in, we found our way suddenly barred by a big leafy branch from a tree. It would have been quite easy to move it out of the way or just to go around it, but I halted, puzzled. There was something strange about the way it had been put there, right in the middle of the road. I was looking around to find some explanation when Boumé came up and suggested in a whisper that it would be best to turn off onto a path on the right that rejoined the main road a bit further on. "If that branch was blown off its tree," he said, "and the wind dropped it there just like that, it must be a warning from heaven, and we'd be mad to disregard it." I derided his superstition but followed his advice. True, as he was speaking to me, I noticed some way along the path he wanted me to take an inviting-looking copse. Just looking at the greenery from a distance, I seemed to hear the cool plash of running water, and I was hungry. As we started along the path, we saw some people riding away in front of us, 3 or 4 of them, I thought. They'd probably had the same idea as us, to leave the road and have their meal in the shade, but they were moving fast and flogging their beasts as if in a hurry to get away from us. When we reached the copse, they'd already disappeared over the horizon. Hatim was the first to yell, "Brigands! Highwaymen!" A man was lying in the shade of a walnut tree, naked and showing no sign of life. We called out to him as soon as we saw him, but he didn't stir. We could already see that his brow and beard were streaked with blood, but when Marta cried, "My God, he's dead!" and let out a sob, he sat up, apparently reassured by hearing a woman's voice, and hastily covered his nakedness with his hands. Until then, he told us he'd been afraid his attackers had come back to finish him off. They'd laid a branch across the road, and I thought that might signal some danger further on, so I turned off along this path. But it was here that they were lying in wait. I was on my way back from Tripoli, where I'd been to buy cloth. I'm a tailor by trade. My name's Abbas. They took all I had, 2 asses and their load, my money, my shoes, and my clothes. God curse them. May everything they stole from me stick in their throats like a fishbone. I turned to Boumé. "So you thought that branch was a warning from heaven, did you?" "Well, it was only highwayman's trick." But he wouldn't change his mind. "If we hadn't taken this path, God knows what would have become of this poor man. It was because they saw us coming that the robbers made off." Hatim had just offered the victim one of my shirts, and he said, as he put it on, "Only heaven could have sent you here to save me. You are decent people, I can tell by your faces, and only honest folk travel with women and children. Are these 2 fine young men your sons? May God watch over them." He was talking to Marta, who was wiping his face with a moistened handkerchief. "His nephews," she answered after a slight hesitation and a quick apologetic glance in my direction. "God bless you," the man repeated. "God bless you all. I shan't let you go on without offering each of you a suit of clothes. Don't say no. It's the least I can do. You saved my life, and you shall spend tonight at my house and nowhere else." We couldn't refuse, especially as it was nightfall by the time we reached his village. We'd made a detour to take him home. After all he'd been through, we couldn't let him travel on alone. He was very grateful, and despite the late hour, insisted on giving a veritable feast in our honor. From every house in the village, people brought us the most delicious food, some with meat and some without. The tailor is loved and respected by everyone, and he described us, my nephews, my clerk, my wife and me as his saviors, the noble instruments of Providence to whom he'd been beholden for the rest of his life. We could not have imagined a more congenial place to stay. It has made us forget the annoyances that beset the beginning of our journey, and smoothed away the tensions between me and my companions. When it was time to retire, our host swore an oath that my wife and I must sleep in his room, while he and his wife would spend the night in the main room with their son, my nephews, my clerk, and their elderly maidservant. It was too late, of course, for me to reveal that the person traveling with me was not my wife. I would have gone down in the estimation of all these folk who had just been singing my praises. No, I couldn't do that. It was better to go on pretending until the morning. So the widow and I found ourselves together in one room, with only a curtain separating us from the others, but very much alone, and for the whole night. By the light of the candle our host had left us, I could see the laughter in Marta's eyes. There wasn't any laughter in mine. I'd have expected her to be even more embarrassed than I was. Not at all. It wouldn't have taken much to make her split her sides. It was downright indecent. I was feeling embarrassed enough for two. After a few false starts, we ended up stretching out on the same couch under the same blanket, but fully clothed and a long way apart. Then came some long minutes of silent darkness and unsynchronized breathing. Then Marta moved her head close to mine. You must be angry with Habib. It's my fault if he hid the truth from you. I made him swear not to say anything. I was afraid that if my plans for running away got out, my brother-in-law would have cut my throat. What's done is done. I had spoken coldly. I had no desire to start a conversation, but after we'd both been silent for a while, she went on. Of course, it was wrong of Habib to tell the officer I was your wife, but he was taken unawares, poor lad. But you're very well respected, and all this is embarrassing for you, isn't it? I, your wife, God forbid. What's said is said. I hadn't thought before I spoke. It was only afterwards, when Marta's words and my own had echoed together in my head, that I realized the meaning that could be attributed to my reply. In the comical position we'd been put in, every word was as slippery as an eel. I, your wife. What's said is said. I almost started to correct and explain myself, but what was the good? I'd have only sunk deeper in the mire, so I looked in my neighbor's direction to try to make out if she'd understood. It seemed to me she wore the mischievous expression of her youth. I smiled too, and in the dark waved a hand in resignation. Perhaps we needed that exchange to be able to sleep peacefully side by side, not too near and not too far from one another. 28 August. I was in a very good humor when I woke up, and so was my wife. My nephews kept staring at us all day, intrigued and suspicious, but my clerk seemed amused. We'd planned to set out again at dawn, but we had to give up that idea. It had started to rain in the night, and in the morning it was still pouring down. The day before had been pleasantly cloudy for anyone traveling, but we knew the clouds wouldn't be content with bringing us only shade, so we had no choice but to stay another night or two with our hosts. God bless them, they made us feel welcome every moment we were there, and as if our presence gave them no trouble at all. When bedtime came around, the good tailor swore again that as long as we were under his roof, my precious wife and I would sleep nowhere else but in his room. For the second time I offered no objection. Too meekly, perhaps. We lay down side by side again, Marta and I, without any fuss, still fully dressed, still some distance apart, just neighbors as we were yesterday. The difference being that now we chatted away without stopping, but this and that, about how welcome our hosts were making us, about what the weather would be like the next day. The widow was wearing a perfume that I hadn't noticed the night before. I'd just begun telling her some of the reasons why I decided to go on this journey when Habib came into the room. He approached soundlessly, barefooted, as if he'd hoped we wouldn't notice him. "I've come to sleep in here because of the mosquitoes," he said when he realized I knew he was there. "I was getting eaten alive in the other room." I sighed. "You were right to come. The door here is too small for the mosquitoes to get in." Had I let my annoyance show in my voice, my neighbor moved her head closer to mine and said in a whisper as quiet as she could make it, "He's still only a child." Again, she was trying to make excuses for him. Perhaps, too, she wanted to show me that Habib's jealousy was unfounded, for I might think that if he'd plotted with her to help her escape from her in-laws and join up with us, it was not only out of spirit of chivalry, but also because he felt something for her, and that she hadn't discouraged him, even though she was 7 or 8 years his senior. "I think he is jealous. First of all, he lay down close to the wall, wrapped up in his blanket. Even though he didn't say anything, I could hear his irregular breathing. He wasn't asleep. His presence annoyed me. On the one hand, I said to myself that in the morning I must explain to him clearly that my 2 nights' proximity to the widow was merely the result of circumstances that he knew all about, and no one should make anything of it. On the other hand, I didn't see, and still don't, why I should have to justify myself to this urchin. I didn't put myself in this embarrassing situation. I may be easygoing, but I mustn't be pushed too far. If ever I did feel like wooing Marta, I wouldn't ask permission from my nephews or from anyone else." I turned to her firmly and whispered, not too softly, "If he really is still a child, I'll punish him like one." As I moved near her, I could smell her perfume more strongly, and I felt like moving nearer still, but Habib, if he hadn't been able to make out my words, at least had heard me whisper, and still wrapped up in his blanket, he wriggled over and lay down at our feet. Yes, he stretched himself right up against our feet so that we couldn't move an inch. I was tempted to give him a good thump, accidentally on purpose, while I was supposed to be asleep, but I preferred to take my revenge differently. I took Marta's hand in mine and held it there, under the blanket, till morning. Near the Orontes, 29 August. By this morning it had stopped raining and we were able to resume our journey. I'd been so annoyed by my nephew's unseemly behavior that I had very little sleep. But perhaps it was best that that night should end as it did. Yes, on second thoughts, it's better to wake up amid the pangs of desire than amid those of remorse. We took leave of our hosts, who put us even more in their debt by loading down our mules with provisions enough for several days' journey. May heaven give us the chance to return their hospitality. The going is more pleasant after the rain, no sun or excessive heat or clouds of dust. Some mud, of course, but that affects only the hooves of our mules. We kept going until it started to get dark. We skirted the town of Homs and halted for the night at the monastery on the bank of the Orontes. I'd stayed there twice before, on a trip to Aleppo, and back with my father, but no one here could remember that. In the evening, as I was strolling beside the river in the monastery gardens, a young monk with bulging eyes came up and questioned me excitedly on the rumors circulating about next year. Vehemently, though, he condemned false reports and superstition. He seemed distraught. He spoke of disturbing signs recounted by local peasants: a calf born with 2 heads, the sudden drying up of an ancient spring. He also mentioned the hitherto unheard of behavior of certain women, but he did so in such a roundabout style that I couldn't understand what he was driving at. I did my best to reassure him, quoting the scriptures once more and reminding him of man's inability to foretell the future. I don't know if my arguments helped him. No doubt he went away from our encounter having imbibed something of my apparent calm, but I brought away from it a tremor of his fear. On the road, 30 August. I have just read what I have written in the last few days, and I am appalled. I undertook this journey for the noblest of reasons, concerned about the survival of the universe and the reactions of my fellow mortals to the dramatic events now being foretold. And because of that woman, I find myself embroiled in the filthy byways beloved of the vilest of men, jealousies, intrigues, petty tricks, when the whole world might be annihilated tomorrow. Sheikh Abdel Basit was right. What is the good of traveling all over the world just to see what is inside me already? I must pull myself together. I must get my original inspiration back and dip my pen only in the most venerable ink, and if it is also the bitterest. 2 September. We often speak of seasickness, but rarely of riding sickness, as if it was less degrading to suffer on the back of a ship than on the back of a mule, a camel, or a nag. But riding sickness is what I have been suffering from for the last 3 days, though I haven't got to the point of deciding to interpret the journey. However, I haven't written much. Yesterday evening we reached the little town of Mara, and it was only in the shelter of its half-ruined walls that I felt myself come alive again and got my appetite back. This morning, as I was sauntering through the shopping streets, something very strange happened. The local booksellers had never seen me before, so I could question them freely about the 100th name. All I met with were expressions of ignorance, whether genuine or feigned, I couldn't say. But by the last booth next to the main mosque, just as I was about to turn back, a very old seller of second-hand books whom I hadn't yet spoken to came up to me, bareheaded, and handed me a book. I opened at random, and following an impulse I still can't explain, began to read aloud the lines my eyes first fell upon. They say time is soon to die, that the days are short of breath. They lie. The author of the book is Abdul Ala, the blind poet of Mara. Why did the old man put it in my hands? Why did it open just at that page? And what made me read aloud from it like that, right out in the street? Is it a sign? But what sort of a sign is it that refutes all other signs? I bought the old man's book. No doubt it will be the least unreasonable of my traveling companions. Aleppo, 6 September. We got here yesterday evening and had to spend all today haggling with a sly and greedy caravaneer. He claimed, among countless other tricks, that the presence in the party of a wealthy Genoese merchant and his wife meant he had to take on 3 more men to strengthen the escort. I said we were 4 men to 1 woman and could defend ourselves against bandits if necessary. He looked us over meaningly, raising an eyebrow at the puny shanks of my nephews, the mild demeanor of my clerk, and especially my own prosperous paunch. Then he gave a disagreeable laugh. I felt like turning on my heel and applying to someone else, but I restrained myself. I hadn't much choice. I'd have to wait a week or 2 and risk running into the first winter cold of Anatolia, and even then I might not find a more amiable guide, so I swallowed my pride and pretended to share the joke, tapping my belly and holding out the 32 piastres he was asking for, the equivalent of 2,500 medines, no less. Weighing the coins in his hand, he tried to make me promise that if we all arrived at our destination safe and sound, together with our merchandise, I'd pay him something extra. I reminded him that we had no merchandise, only our personal effects and our provisions, but I still had to undertake to show my gratitude if the whole journey passed off without incident. We leave at dawn the day after tomorrow, Tuesday, If God wills, we should reach Constantinople in about 40 days. Monday, 7 September. After the tribulations of the journey so far and before those yet to come, I had been hoping for a quiet day, an oasis of calm, rest, and cool, enlivened by a gentle stroll or two. But today hasn't been in the least like that. Fatigue, one scare after another, and as yet an unexplained mystery is all this Monday has produced. Having woken up early, I left the inn and went to the old tannery district to look for an Armenian wine merchant whose address I still had. I found him quite easily and bought a couple of pitchers of Mamzi from him for the journey. As I left his shop, I suddenly had a strange feeling. On the step leading up to the door of a nearby house, there was a group of men talking and glancing furtively in my direction. Something glinted like a blade in the eyes of one of them. As I walked on through the narrow streets, I felt more and more as if I was being followed, spied on, encircled. Was I just imagining it? I was sorry now that I'd ventured here alone, without my clerk or my nephews. I was sorry I hadn't gone back to the Armenian shop as soon as I scented danger. But it was too late. Two of the men were now walking in front of me, and when I turned around, I saw two more of them cutting off my retreat. The street I was in had emptied as if by magic. A few moments before, it had seemed quite busy, not crowded, but not empty either. Now there was no one, a desert. I could already see myself being stabbed and then robbed of all I had. This is where my journey ends, I thought with a shudder. I'd have shouted for help, but I couldn't utter a sound. Looking around desperately for some way of escape, I noticed on my right the doorway of a house. With a last effort, I clutched at the doorknob, and it opened. Inside, all that was to be seen was a dark corridor. To hide there would be no better than choosing the place to have my throat cut. So, as my pursuers followed me into the passage at one end, I hastened along it towards the other. There I came upon a second door, slightly ajar. I didn't have time to knock. I just shouldered it open and it burst. I just shouldered it and burst in. I can hardly find words to describe the scene that then unfolded. I can smile at it now, but at the time it made me tremble almost as much as the blades of the rascals behind me. There lay prostrate before me a dozen men, barefoot and deep in prayer, and I, not content with interrupting their ceremony and trampling on their prayer mat, tripped over someone's leg, let out a fruity Genoese oath, and measured my length on the ground. My two pitchers of wine crashed together as I fell. One of them broke, and its own unholy contents splashed with a loud gurgle over the rugs on the floor of the little mosque. God in heaven! Before I had time to be afraid, I was ashamed. How could I, in such a few seconds, have been guilty of so much profanation, boorishness, and blasphemy? What could I say? How could I explain? What words could express my regret and remorse? I hadn't even the strength to get to my feet. Then the eldest of those present, he was in front of the rest and leading the prayer, came over, took me by the arm, and helped me up, disconcerting me further by saying, "Forgive us, Master, if we finish praying before tending to you. Be kind enough to wait for us behind the curtain." Was I dreaming? Had I misunderstood? This affable tone might have reassured me if I hadn't known how the sins I just committed were usually punished. But what could I do? It was impossible for me to go out into the street again, and I didn't want to make matters worse by perturbing their orisons further with apologies and ripenings. All I could do was withdraw obediently behind the curtain. There I found a bare room lit by a small window looking onto a garden. I leaned against the wall and folded my arms. I didn't have long to wait. When they finished praying, they all came into my cell and gathered around me in a half circle. They gazed at me silently for a moment, exchanging glances with one another. Then the oldest among them spoke to me again, as amiably as before. If the master introduced himself in that manner in order to test us, he knows we are ready to welcome him. And if you are a mere passerby, may God judge you according to your intentions. Not knowing what to say, I took refuge in silence. In any case, he hadn't asked me a question, even though his eyes, like those of his companions, were gulfs of expectation. I assumed an enigmatic expression and walked towards the door. They stood aside and let me pass. When I got out into the street, I found my pursuers had taken themselves off, and I could go back to the hostelry without further hindrance. I do wish someone would explain to me what just happened, but I've thought it best to say nothing to my companions about my misadventure. If my nephews found out how rashly I'd acted, my authority over them would probably suffer, and then they'd think they could commit whatever folly they liked without my daring to criticize. I'll tell them about it later on. Meanwhile, I'm content to confide my secret to these pages. Isn't that what this journal is for? I'll tell them but sometimes I ask myself, why keep a diary and in this ambiguous language when I know no one will ever read it? When in fact I don't even want anyone to read it? I do it precisely because it helps me to clarify my thoughts and memories without having to tell my traveling companions about them. Other people write as they speak. I write as I stay silent. On the road, 8 September. Hatem woke me too early and I still feel I didn't finish my dream, but although I hadn't had enough sleep, I had to hurry to join the caravan by the Antioch gate. In my dream, I was being followed by some men, and every time I thought I'd shaken them off, I saw them in front of me again, barring my path and baring their teeth at me like wild animals. It's hardly surprising I had such a dream after my experience of yesterday. What does surprise me and disturb me somewhat is that I still feel I'm being spied on even now I'm awake. But by whom? By the brigands who wanted to rob me, or by that strange congregation whose prayers I interrupted? I don't suppose I'm really being pursued by either group, but I can't help turning around all the time. I only hope this aftermath of last night will fade as I get farther away from Aleppo. 9 September. This morning, after we'd camped out all night in a field strewn with ancient ruins, broken columns buried under sand and grass, the caravaneer came and asked me point blank whether the woman with me was really my wife. Trying to look offended, I said she was. He apologized, assuring me he hadn't meant any harm, but had forgotten whether I told him or not. This has put me in a bad mood for the rest of the day. I keep turning it over in my mind. Does he suspect something? There are about 100 travelers in the caravan. Might one of them have recognized the widow? It's not impossible. But it's also possible that the caravaneer overheard a snatch of conversation or caught a meaning look between Marta and Habib, and that his question was intended to warn me. As I write these lines, my doubts increase, as if my pen scratching at the paper was also scratching at the wounds to my self-esteem. I shan't write another word today. 11 September. Today there was one of those demeaning incidents I promised myself I wouldn't mention, but because it bothers me and I can't confide in anyone, I might as well write it down. The caravan had halted for the travelers to have a meal and a short rest before starting out again when it was cooler. We'd spread out at random, a few people lying or sitting under each tree, when Habib leaned over and whispered something in Marta's ear that made her laugh aloud. Everybody nearby heard and turned to look, first at her, and then, with pitying expressions, at me. Some exchanged remarks under their breath with their neighbors. I couldn't hear what was said, but their smiles and titters were not lost on me. I need not to say how hurt and humiliated and embarrassed I felt. I decided I would have it out with my nephew and make him understand he must behave better in future. But what could I say? What had he done wrong? Wasn't it I who was behaving as though the lie linking Marta and me together gave me special privileges? And so it does in a way. Since the people in the caravan think she's my wife, my honor will be tarnished if I let her behave irresponsibly. I am glad I confide in my journal. Now I know that the feelings upsetting me are not unjustified. They've got nothing to do with jealousy. It's honor and respectability that are at stake. I can't just let my nephew whisper in public to the woman everyone thinks is my wife and make her roar with laughter. I am not sure whether putting all this into words makes me angrier or calms me down. Perhaps writing only arouses the passions in order to allay them, as beaters flush out the game in order to expose it to the hunter's arrows. 12 September. I am glad I didn't give in to the desire to tell Habib or Marta off. Anything I might have said would only have sounded like jealousy, though as God is my witness, it isn't that. Anyhow, I'd only have made myself ridiculous and made them whisper and laugh together at my expense. Trying to defend my respectability, I'd have just damaged it. I prefer to deal with the matter quite differently. This afternoon I invited Marta to ride beside me, and as we went along, I explained why I'd undertaken this journey. Habib may already have told her something about it, but if so, she gave no sign, listening attentively to my explanations, though she didn't seem very worried about next year. I wanted our conversation to be rather formal and serious. So far, I'd thought of Marta's presence in our party as an unavoidable accident, sometimes annoying or embarrassing, other times comical, amusing, and almost reassuring. By taking her into my confidence as I did today, I've in a way made her one of us. I'm not sure if I did right, but at any rate I felt relieved and much more comfortable after our conversation. After all, I'd have been only the one that suffered because of the tensions that had sprung up in our little group since we broke our journey in Tripoli. I'm not the sort of person who thrives on adversity. I want to travel in the company of affectionate nephews and a devoted clerk. As for Marta, I don't know yet what I really want. A kind of considerate neighbor, something more. I can't just listen to my own longings as a lonely man, though every day I spend on the road will make me feel them more. I know I ought to do my best not to pester her with my attentions, though I am well aware, too, that they spring from my soul as well as my body. I haven't spent a night alone with her since we left the tailor's house. Sometimes we've slept under the canvas, sometimes at an inn, but always all five of us together, or even with our travelers as well. Though I haven't done anything to change things, I have sometimes wished circumstances would arrange for Marta and me to be alone with one another again. To tell the truth, I wish it all the time. 13 September. Tomorrow is Holy Cross Day, and this evening I had a serious argument on the subject with the caravaneer. We'd stopped for the night at a khan on the outskirts of Alexandrata, and I was strolling around the courtyard to stretch my legs when I overheard a conversation. One of the travelers, a very old man from Aleppo, judging by his accent and very poor judging by his patched clothes, was asking the caravaneer what time we were to set off tomorrow. He said he'd like to be able to go, even if only for a moment, to the Church of the Cross, which according to him contains a piece of the true cross. He spoke timidly, with a slight stammer, and this seemed to bring out the arrogance of our caravaneer, who replied in a scornful manner that we were going to start at the crack of dawn and had no time to waste in churches. If the old man wanted to see a bit of wood, he need only pick up that one, and the caravaneer pointed to a rotten old bit of tree stump lying on the ground. Then I went over and said firmly that I wished us to stay on in Alexandrata a few hours longer, so that I could attend Mass on the Feast of the Holy Cross. The caravaneer, who thought he was alone with the old man, started when he heard me. He would probably have avoided talking like that in the presence of witnesses, but after a slight hesitation he recovered and answered more politely, however, than to the other poor fellow, that the time of departure could not be put off. The other travelers would object. He even said it would harm the whole caravan, hinting that I'd have to pay compensation if I wanted a postponement. Then I raised my voice further and insisted that the caravan should wait for me until Mass was over. Otherwise, I'd complain to the Genoese resident in Constantinople and even to the Sublime Porte. I was taking a risk when I said that. I am in no position to approach the Ottoman court, and even the Genoese resident hasn't much influence these days. He himself was subjected to harassment last year and would be quite incapable of protecting or obtaining redress from me. But thank God the caravaneer didn't know that. He didn't dare take my threats lightly, and I could see he was wavering. If we'd been alone, I am sure he'd have tried to smooth things over, but the sound of our voices had attracted a circle of travelers, and he couldn't climb down in front of them without losing face. All of a sudden, one of the travelers went up to him. He had a green scarf wound round his head as if we were in the middle of a sandstorm. He put his hand on the caravaneer's shoulder and stood there looking at him for a few moments without a word, or if there was one, it was uttered in such a low voice I didn't hear it. Then he walked slowly away. Then my adversary, his face screwed up as if in pain, spat on the ground and said, "We shan't be leaving tomorrow because of him." Him was me. By pointing me out, the caravaneer meant to identify the guilty party, but everyone present realized he was designating the victor. Am I pleased with my victory? Yes. I'm not only pleased, I am delighted, happy, and proud. The old Christian from Aleppo came and thanked me, praising me for my piety. I didn't want to disabuse him, but piety has nothing to do with it. I was acting out of profane prudence. In the ordinary way, I seldom go to Mass. I don't celebrate Holy Cross Day, and in my view, relics are worth no more than their equivalent in piastres. But people would have stopped respecting me if I stood by and let the symbols of my religion and my country be insulted. It's the same with Marta. Whether she's my wife in fact or in appearance, my honor is involved with her, and I owe it to myself to protect it. 14 September, Holy Cross Day. I keep thinking about that incident yesterday. It's rare for me to act so violently, and it gives me a pang to remember it, but I don't regret my boldness. Reading over the account I wrote yesterday evening, it seems to me I didn't say enough about how fast my heart was beating at some points. There were some long moments of silent struggle when the caravaneer was wondering if I really had such a protection as I claimed, and I was asking myself how I could get out of this confrontation without losing face. Of course, I had to look him in the eye, to disguise my weakness and make him think I was sure of myself. That said, there was also a moment when I was no longer afraid, when I stopped being a merchant and took on the spirit of a conqueror. Brief as that moment was, I am proud of it. Was it my willpower that brought about the decision, or was it the intervention of the Arab in the headdress? Perhaps I ought to thank him. Yesterday, I didn't want to approach him in case people thought I'd been at a loss and he'd saved the situation for me. But today, I did look for him, and I couldn't find him. I keep thinking about him, and because I'm not engaged in any contest now, and this notebook isn't an arena, and I am not surrounded by spectators, I can say here that I was immensely relieved when he took a hand. My victory is partly his, and I am somewhat in his debt. What could he have said to our caravaneer to make him give in? I almost forgot to say that I, together with my nephews, my clerk, the widow, and about a dozen other travelers, duly went to the Church of the Holy Cross. For the first time, Martha was wearing a colored dress, a blue one with the neck edged in red. I'd seen her in it as a girl when she went to church in Gibelet on feast days with her father, the barber. Up till then, ever since she joined us on our journey, she'd always worn black, out of bravado because her in-laws objected to it. She must have decided the gesture was no longer necessary. All through the celebration of the Mass, the men kept looking at her, some furtively, others openly. But as God is my witness, it didn't bother me, and I didn't feel the slightest twinge of jealousy. 16 September. A Jewish jeweler from Aleppo, Maimun Tolatelli, by name, came to see me this morning. He'd heard how learned I was, he said, and was eager to meet me. Why hadn't he approached me before? I asked. There was an embarrassed silence. I realized at once that he'd prefer to wait until after Holy Cross Day. So far, admittedly, when some of my co-religionists meet a Jew, they feel obliged to act in a very hostile manner towards him, as if such behavior constituted a just revenge and an act of great piety. I explained tactfully that I wasn't like that, and that if I'd insisted on staying on for a day in Alexandrata, it was not to demonstrate that my religion was more important than other people's, but simply to insist on being shown some respect. Quite right, he said. With the world the way it is. Yes, I agreed. If it had been different, I'd have demonstrated my doubts rather than my beliefs. He smiled, then lowered his voice to say, when faith preaches hate, blessed are the doubters. I smiled back and lowered my voice to say, we are all lost sheep. We spoke for only about 5 minutes, but it was enough to make us brothers. Our whispered exchanges generated the spiritual kinship no religion can create and no religion can destroy. 17 September. Today our caravaneer decided to make us depart from the usual itinerary and go around by the Bay of Alexandrata. He claims a fortune teller told him he'd have his throat cut if he went through a certain place on Thursday, so the delay I'd insisted on forced him to change our route. The other travelers didn't protest. What could they have said? You can argue about a difference of opinion, you can't argue about superstition. I said nothing for fear of causing another incident, but I suspected the rogue of rerouting the caravan for some nefarious purpose, especially as the inhabitants of the village he took us to have a dreadful reputation. As wreckers and smugglers, Hatim and my nephews bring me all sorts of rumors. I tell them to be careful. My clerk has put up the tent, but I'm in no hurry to go to bed. Martha will stretch out on her own along one side of the tent, and we 4 men will lie cramped together at the right angles to her, with our heads nearest and our feet pointing away from her. I'll smell her perfume and hear her breathing all night long without being able to see her. Sometimes the presence of a woman can be torture. To pass the time till I felt drowsy, I went and sat on a stone to write a few lines by the light from one of our campfires. Then I caught sight of Maimun. He wasn't yet ready to retire either, so we went for a stroll along the beach. The lapping of the waves encourages confidences, and I told him all about my strange adventure in Aleppo. He lived there, so I expected him to offer some explanation, and he did provide one that satisfied me for the time being. Those men were more frightened of you than you were of them, he began. They practice their religion secretly and are persecuted by the authorities. They're suspected of rebellion and sedition. But everyone in Aleppo knows about them. Their enemies nicknamed them the impatient ones to make fun of them, but they liked it and now they use it themselves. They believe that the hidden Imam, God's ultimate representative on earth, is already among us, ready to reveal himself when the time is ripe and to put an end to the sufferings of the faithful. Other groups say the Imam will come sooner or later, sometime in the future, but the impatient ones believe his advent is imminent and that the Savior is here already in Aleppo or Constantinople or elsewhere, going about the world, watching and getting ready to tear aside the veil of secrecy. People wonder how they would recognize him if they met him. I've been told the impatient ones are always discussing this among themselves. Because the Imam is hidden and must not be found by his enemies, we must be ready to recognize him in the most unexpected disguises. He who will one day inherit all the world's riches might come in rags. He who is the wisest of the wise might appear in the form of a madman. He who is all piety and devotion might commit the worst sins. For this reason, these men make it their duty to revere beggars, fools, and profligates. Thus, when you intruded on their worship and swore and spilled wine on their prayer mat, they thought you were trying to test them. They weren't sure, of course, but they didn't want to make you unwelcome in case you were the expected one. Their faith requires them to be friendly to everyone, even to Jews and Christians, because the Imam might assume a different religion as a camouflage. They must even treat their persecutors well. But if they are so pleasant to everyone, why are they persecuted? Because they are waiting for the one who will topple all thrones and do away with all laws. I had never heard of these strange sectarians, but Maymun told me they'd existed for a long while. But it's true they're becoming more numerous and more fervent now, more careless too, because of all the rumors going around about the end of the world, which the weak-minded are taken in by. These last words have troubled me. Have I myself become one of the weak-minded people my new friend condemns? Sometimes I check myself and anathemize credulity and suspicion, is smiling with scorn or pity when I myself am hunting for the 100th name. But how can I remain entirely rational when I am always coming upon signs and portents? Isn't my recent adventure at Aleppo very disturbing? Doesn't it look as if heaven or some other invisible force is trying to increase my bewilderment? 18 September. Today Maymun told me he contemplated going to live in Amsterdam in the United Provinces. I thought at first he was speaking as a jeweler and that he hoped to find more beautiful gems to carve there and wealthier customers, but he was speaking as a sage, a free man, and also as one who had been hurt. I am told it's the only city in the world where a man can say, I am a Jew, as others in their country say, I am a Christian or I am a Muslim, without fearing for his life, his property, or his dignity. I'd have liked to question him further, but he seemed so moved by what he'd said already that he had a lump in his throat and his eyes filled with tears, so I said no more, and we walked on side by side in silence. Further on, when I could see he was calmer, I put my hand on his arm and said, one day, God willing, the whole world will be in Amsterdam. He smiled bitterly. That's your pure heart speaking. The world mutters something different, quite different. Tarsus, dawn, Monday, 21 September. I talked away to my moon for hours every day. I tell him about my fortune and my family, but there are two subjects I still shrink from broaching. The first concerns my real reasons for coming on this journey. All I have said is that I needed to buy some books in Constantinople, and he's been considerate enough not to ask me which ones. As soon as we met, it was our doubts that drew us together, as well as a certain love for wisdom and reason. If I now went and confessed that I'd given credence to vulgar delusions and common fears, I'd forfeit all his esteem. So shall I keep it all to myself for the whole of the journey? Perhaps not. Perhaps a time will come when I can tell him everything without harming our friendship. The other subject is Marta. Something has kept me from telling my friend the truth about her. As is my habit, I haven't said anything that's untrue. Not once have I uttered the expression my wife. Either I avoid referring to her, or if I must do so, I use vague terms like my people or my nearest and dearest, as the men in this country often do, out of an extreme sense of modesty in this connection. But yesterday, it seems to me, I crossed the inevitable line that separates allowing someone to think something and causing them to do so, and I feel rather guilty about it. As we were approaching Tarsus, St. Paul's hometown, Maymoun came and told me he had a cousin there of whom he was very fond, and in whose house he proposed to sleep rather than in the caravanserai with the rest of the travelers. And he would be honored if my wife and I, together with my nephews and my clerk, would join him. I ought to have declined Maymoun's invitation, or at least let him insist. But before I realized what I was doing, I'd blurted out that nothing would give me more pleasure. If Maymoun was surprised by my haste, he did not show it. He just said he was delighted by this token of friendship. So this evening, as soon as the caravan arrived, we went to the cousin's house. His name is Eleazar, and he's past his first youth and very well to do. His prosperity is reflected in his dwelling, 2 stories standing in a garden planted with olive and mulberry trees. I gather he deals in oil and soap, but we didn't talk of our business, only of our homesickness. He kept reciting poems praising Mosul, the town where he was born. With tears in his eyes, he recalled its narrow streets, its fountains, its colorful characters, and the tricks he got up to there as a boy. He's obviously never got over having to leave Mosul to settle here in Tarsus, where he had to take over a flourishing business founded by his wife's grandfather. While a meal was being prepared, he summoned his daughter and asked her to show Marta and me to our room. There followed a somewhat trivial scene, but one that I feel I ought to describe. I noticed that my nephews, especially Habib, had been on the alert since I told them of Maymoun's invitation, and even more since we'd entered Elzar's house, for it was obvious at a glance that this wasn't a place where 5 or 6 people were going to be cramped together to sleep in one room. When Elazar asked his daughter to show our guest and his wife to their room, Habib started to fidget, and I had the impression he was getting ready to say something unpleasant. Would he really have done so? I don't know. But at the moment it seemed to me that he might, and to avoid a scene, I took a hand and asked our host if I could have a word with him in private. Habib smiled, no doubt thinking that his uncle Balthasar, at last come to himself again, was going to find some excuse to avoid spending another embarrassing night. But God forgive me, this was not at all what I had in mind. Once out in the garden with my host, I said, Maymoun has been like a brother to me. So, as you are a beloved cousin of his, I consider you a friend of mine already. But I feel awkward arriving here like this, with 4 other people. I am truly delighted to have you as my guest, he replied. And the best way for you to show you're my friend is to make yourself as much at ease under my roof as if you were in your own house. As he spoke, he gave me a searching look. No doubt he was somewhat intrigued by my asking him to get up and go outside to talk to him in private merely to say something so trite, so much a part of ordinary politeness. Perhaps he thought I had some other unavowable reason, connected no doubt with his religion, for not wanting to sleep in his house and was expecting me to insist on leaving. But I quickly gave in and simply thanked him for his hospitality, and we went back into the house arm in arm, both wearing a solemn smile. Meanwhile, our host's daughter had gone back to the kitchen, and one of the servants had come in with cool drinks and dried fruit. Eleazar asked him to leave all that and show my nephews to their room upstairs. A few minutes later, the daughter of the house returned, and Eleazar asked her again to show my wife and me to our room. So that was how it went. Then we had dinner, after which everyone retired to bed. I said I needed to go outside for a short stroll before I could go to sleep, and Maymoon and his cousin came with me. I didn't want my nephews to see Martha and me go up to the same room, but I was anxious to be with her, and a few minutes later I joined her. "When you went outside with our host," she said, "I thought you were going to tell him everything about you and me." As she spoke, I looked at her, trying to make out whether she wanted to reproach me or express relief. "I think we'd have hurt his feelings if we'd turned down his invitation," I said. "I hope you don't mind too much." "I am beginning to get used to it," she replied, and nothing in her voice or her expression betrayed the slightest annoyance or embarrassment. "Let's go to sleep then," said I. And as I spoke, I put my arm around her shoulders as if we were about to go for a walk. And my nights with her are something like that, like a walk under the trees with a girl when you both tremble whenever your hands touch. Lying there side by side makes us shy, considerate, restrained. Isn't it a more dubious matter to steal a kiss when you're in that situation? Mine's a very strange wooing. I didn't hold her hand until our second meeting, and even then I blushed for it in the dark. At this, our third encounter, I put my arm around her shoulder, and again I blushed for it. She raised her head, undid her hair, and spread the black tresses over my bare arm. Then she went to sleep without saying a word. I want to keep on savoring this first taste of pleasure. Not that I mean to let it remain as chaste as that forever, but I'm in no hurry to end this ambiguous closeness, this growing complicity, this pleasurably painful desire. In a word, this path we're going along together, secretly pleased but pretending every time it's Providence that's bringing us together. It's a delightful game, and I'm not sure I want to move on. But it's also a dangerous game, I know. We could be consumed by fire at any moment, but how far away the end of the world was last night. 22 September. What did I do that was so reprehensible? What more happened last night in Tarsus than happened during the 2 nights we spent in the village of the tailor? Yet my people are treating me as if I'd just done something completely beyond the pale. None of them will meet my eye. My 2 nephews whisper to one another in my presence as if I didn't exist, and although even Hatim admittedly still fusses around me as attentively as any clerk fusses around his master, there is something affected and over-obsequious in his manner and expression that I read as a silent reproach. Martha, too, seems to avoid my company, as if she were afraid of appearing to be in collusion with me. About what, for heaven's sake? What else have I done but play my part in this farce written by my accusers themselves? What should I have done? Reveal to all our traveling companions, and first of all to the caravaneer, that this woman is not my wife, and have her insulted and driven away? Or ought I to have told Abbas the tailor, then Maymoon and his cousin, that Martha really is my wife, but I don't want to sleep with her, and have all of them ask themselves unseemly questions? I did what a man of honor ought to do, protected the widow and didn't take advantage of her. Is it a crime if I get some satisfaction, some subtle pleasure out of this comic situation? That's what I could say if I wanted to justify myself. But I shan't say anything. The blood of the Embriachi flows in my veins and tells me to be silent. From me, it's enough to know I'm innocent and that my loving hand remains pure. Perhaps innocent isn't the word. I don't mean to say there's anything in what the scamps who condemn me suggest, but I must admit, in the secrecy of these pages, that I did rather ask for the trouble I'm in. I took advantage of appearances, and now appearances are taking advantage of me. That's the truth of the matter. Instead of setting my nephews a good example, I let myself be drawn into a kind of game, influenced by desire, boredom, the discomforts of the journey, vanity, who knows? Influenced too, it seems to me, by the spirit of the age, the spirit of the year of the beast. When people think the world is about to founder, something goes wrong and men lapse into either extreme devotion or extreme debauchery. I myself haven't got that far yet, thank God, but it seems to me I'm gradually losing my sense of propriety and respectability. Doesn't my behavior to Martha reflect a touch of unreason that gets progressively worse, making me think it's quite an ordinary matter to sleep in the same bed as a person I pretend is my wife? Making me take advantage of the generosity of both my host and his cousin, and all this under the same roof as four people who know I'm lying? How long can I continue on this road to perdition? And when it all comes out, how can I go back to my old life in Gibelet? You see what I'm like? I've only been writing for a quarter of an hour and already I'm on the point of seeing my critic's point of view. But these are only marks on paper, and no one will ever read them. I am writing by the light of a large candle. I like the smell of wax. I think it encourages thought and confidences. I am sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall with my notebook on my knees. Through the window behind me, with its curtain billowing in the wind, comes the whinnying of the horses in the courtyard, and sometimes the guffawing of drunk soldiers. We're in the first khan in the foothills of Tarsus Mountains, on the way to Konya. We'll be there in a week if all goes well. My people are sleeping or trying to sleep, all around me, strewn in all directions. Looking at them like this, I can't still be angry with them, either with my sister's sons who are like my own, or with my clerk who serves me devotedly even if he disapproves of me in his own way, or with this little woman who is less and less a stranger. This morning, a Monday, I was in a completely different mood, cursing my nephews, neglecting the widow, loading Hatim down with endless unnecessary errands. I steered clear of them all and rode peacefully along beside Maimun. As for him, he looked at me exactly as he had yesterday, or so it seemed to me as the caravan moved off. As we were leaving Tarsus, a traveler walking in front of us pointed to a ruined hovel near an old well, saying St. Paul was born there. Maimun moved close to me and whispered that he doubted this very much, as the apostle of Jesus came from a wealthy family belonging to the tribe of Benjamin and makers and merchants of goat's hair tents. His family must have been as extensive as that of my cousin Eleazar. When I expressed my surprise at his knowledge of a religion not his own, his answer was modest. I've just read a few books to limit my ignorance. Because of my profession and a natural curiosity, I too had read a few books on various contemporary religions as well as on the ancient beliefs of the Greeks and Romans. So we began to compare the respective merits of all these faiths, though of course neither of us criticized the other one's religion. But when in the course of our exchanges I said that in my opinion one of the most beautiful precepts of Christianity was, "Love thy neighbor as thyself," I noticed Maimun hesitate. I urged him in the name of our friendship and of our shared doubts to tell me what he was thinking. "At first sight," he said, "that exhortation seems irreproachable. And anyway, before it was taken over by Jesus, it was also to be found expressed in similar terms in Leviticus chapter 19, verse 18. Even so, I have some reservations about it." "What are they?" Seeing what most people make of their lives and of their intelligence, I wouldn't want them to love me as they love themselves. I was about to answer, but he raised his hand. Wait, there's something else, something more worrying in my view. Some people are always sure to interpret this precept with more arrogance than magnanimity. They'll read it as saying, what's good for you is good for everyone else. If you know the truth, you ought to use every possible means to rescue lost sheep and set them on the right path again. Hence, the forced baptisms imposed on my ancestors in Toledo in the past, and I myself have heard the injunction quoted more often by wolves than by lambs. So, I'm sorry, I have doubts about it. You surprise me, and I don't know yet whether I agree with you or not. I'll have to think. I've always considered that the most beautiful saying. If you're looking for the most beautiful saying to be found in any religion, the most beautiful that ever issued from the lips of man, that's not it. The one I mean was spoken by Jesus too. He didn't take it from scriptures though. He just listened to his own heart. What could it be? I waited. My moon stopped his mouth for a moment to underline the solemnity of his quotation. Let him that is without sin among you cast the first stone. 23 September. Was there an allusion to Marta in the phrase my moon quoted yesterday? I wondered about it all night. There was nothing reproachful in his look, but perhaps there was a subtle invitation to speak. And why should I still be silent, since in my friend's eyes Christ's saying, Beloved, absolved me of what little wrong I may have committed, as well as of my deceitful omissions? So I made up my mind to tell him everything this very morning, who Marta is, how she came to be in our party, what kind of relations have taken place between her and me, and what kind of relations have not. After the somewhat grotesque episode at Elizar's house, it became urgently necessary for me to stop dissimulating, otherwise the friendship between my moon and myself might be damaged. What's more, the situation gets more and more complicated every time we halt for the night, and I was going to need the advice of a wise and sympathetic friend. Well, I didn't get much advice from my moon today, though I did press him. He only told me to keep saying and doing what I have been saying and doing since our journey began. But he did promise to think the matter over some more, and to tell me if anything occurred to him that might make things go more smoothly. I am very glad, though, that he didn't hold my deceit and half-truths against me. If anything, he seemed amused by it all, and it seems to me that he now greets Marta with even more deference than before, and with a sort of secret admiration. It's true her behavior shows courage. I am always thinking of myself, my own embarrassment and my own self-esteem, when all I really risk is the odd bit of mischievous or envious gossip. Whereas she stands to lose everything in this petty game, even her life. I don't doubt for a moment that if her brother-in-law had found her at the beginning of this journey, he'd have had no scruples about cutting her throat and then going back to his people and boasting about it. And if Marta ever returns to Gibelet, even armed with the documents she seeks, she'll still face the same dangers as before. If that day comes, shall I have the courage to defend her? 25 September. This morning, seeing Marta riding apart from our group, solitary, pensive, melancholy, I decided to go back and ride beside her as I had done a few days ago. But this time, I wanted not so much to tell her of my own hopes and fears as to question her and hear what she had to say. To begin with, she eluded my questions, but I pressed her to describe what her life had been like in recent years, and what had made her too come on this journey. While I expected to hear a string of complaints, I didn't at all foresee that my taking an interest in her misfortunes would break down a dam and unleash so much rage, a rage I'd never suspected behind her pleasant smiles. People never stop talking to me about the end of the world, she said. They think they're frightening me, but for me the world ended when the man I loved betrayed me, after first making me betray my own father. Ever since then, the sun no longer shines for me, and it wouldn't matter if it went out. And the flood they predict doesn't scare me either. It would just make all men and women equals in misfortune. Let it come as soon as it likes, whether it's a deluge of water or fire. Then I shan't have to tramp the roads begging for a paper that will allow me to live, a wretched document from the powers that be, certifying that I may love and be married again. Then I shan't have to go from pillar to post anymore, or else everybody will have to run in all directions. Yes, everybody, the judges, the janissaries, the bishops, and even the sultan, all of them will be running about like cats trapped in a field that's caught fire. Oh, if only heaven will let me see that. People are afraid of seeing the beast appear. I'm not afraid. The beast, it's always been there, lurking near me. Every day I've met its scornful look, at home, in the street, even in church. Every day I've felt its bite. It's never stopped devouring my life. Martha went on this vein for some time. I've reported her words from memory, not word for word, I expect, but near enough. And I thought, my God, woman, how you must have suffered since that time not so long ago, when you were still my barbarous, carefree, mischievous daughter. At one point I rode near her, and I put my hand affectionately on hers. At that she fell silent, gave me a swift glance of gratitude, then veiled her face and wept. For the rest of the day I could do nothing but think about what she'd said and follow her with my eyes. Now, more than ever before, I feel an immense fatherly affection for her. I long to know she's happy, but I wouldn't dare promise to make her happy myself. The most I could do would be to swear I'd never make her suffer. But it remains to be seen whether to make such a promise come true. I'd need to get closer to her or further away. 26 September. Today I finally told my moon what made me undertake this journey, and asked him to tell me, with all the frankness due from a friend, what he felt about it. I didn't omit anything, either the pilgrim from Moscow, the book by Mazandarani, the number of the beast, Boumez's bad behavior, or old Idris's death. I needed help from my moon's jeweler eye, used to telling the difference between true and false brilliance. But he only answered my questions with others and added his anxieties, or at least those of his family, to my own. At first he listened to me in silence. While nothing I said seemed to surprise him, he became increasingly thoughtful, even downcast, with every sentence. When I'd finished, he took both my hands in his. "You have spoken to me like a brother," he said. "Now it's my turn to open my heart to you. My reasons for embarking on this journey are not at all different from yours. I too came because of these wretched rumors. I came reluctantly, exclaiming against credulity, superstition, and all the computations and so-called signs. But I came all the same. I had no choice. If I hadn't come, my father would have died. You and I are both victims of the madness of our nearest and dearest." My moon's father, an assiduous reader of sacred texts, has long believed the end of the world to be at hand. According to him, it is clearly written in the Zohar, the book of the Kabbalists, that in the year 5408, those who are resting in the dust will rise up. In the Jewish calendar, that year corresponds to our 1648. But that was 17 years ago, and the resurrection didn't take place. Despite all the prayer and fasting, despite all the privations my father imposed on my mother, my sisters, and me, which we accepted with enthusiasm at the time, nothing happened. Since then, I have lost all my illusions. I go to the synagogue when I must, so as to feel close to my family and friends. I laugh with them and cry with them on the appropriate occasions, so as not to seem unsympathetic to their joys and sorrows. But I don't expect anything or anyone anymore, unlike my father, who is none the wiser. He wouldn't dream of admitting that the year foretold by the Zohar was just an ordinary year. He's sure something happened then that we didn't hear of, but that will one day be revealed to us and to the world as a whole. Ever since, Maimun's father does nothing but search for signs, especially those concerning 1648, the year of disappointed hopes. As a matter of fact, some important things did happen then, but has there ever been any year in which no important things happened? In the old days, my father says, there was always a period of respite between one calamity and the next, but since that accursed year, disasters have followed one another in uninterrupted stream. We have never experienced such a succession of woes. Isn't that a sign in itself? One day I lost patience and said to him, Father, I always thought that was supposed to be the year of resurrection, that it would put an end to our suffering, and that we had to look forward to it with joy and hope. He answered, These pains are just birth pangs. This blood is the blood that goes with deliverance. So for 17 years my father has been on the lookout for signs, but not always with the same degree of enthusiasm. Sometimes he'd let months go by without mentioning them once, then something would happen, some trouble in the family, or plague, famine, or a visit from an important person, and it would all start up again. These last few years, although he's had serious health problems, he's only referred to the resurrection as a distant hope. But a few months ago, he started to get agitated again. The rumors circulating among the Christians about the imminent end of the world have completely upset him. Our community never stops discussing what is going on, what is going and what is not going to happen, what we should be dreading and what we should be hoping for. Every time a rabbi from Damascus, Jerusalem, or Tiberias, Egypt, Gaza, or Smyrna passes through Aleppo, everyone crowds round him in a frenzy to find out what he knows or predicts. And so a few weeks back, tired of hearing so many contradictory opinions, my father got it into his head to go to Constantinople to seek the opinion of an ancient Hakim originating, like us, from Toledo. He's the only person who knows the truth, according to my father. If he tells me the hour is come, I'll leave everything and spend all my time in prayer and meditation. If he tells me the hour is not come, I'll go back to my ordinary life. There could be no question of letting him travel the roads. He's more than 70 years old and can scarcely stand upright. So I decided I'd go and see the rabbi in Constantinople to put him all the questions my father would like to ask and come back with answers. So that's how I come to be in this caravan, like you, because of these crazy rumors, though neither of us can help laughing deep down inside at people's gullibility. It's very kind of Maimun to compare my attitude with his. They're only superficially alike. He took to the road out of filial piety, without changing his own convictions, whereas I let myself be influenced by the folly around me. But I didn't say so. Why belittle myself in the eyes of someone I respect? And why should I stress the differences between us when he is always pointing out the similarities? 27 September. Today's stage of the journey will have been less arduous than the preceding ones. After 4 days on the steep paths of the Taurus Mountains, with stretches that are often narrow and dangerous, we reached the Anatolian plain. And after ill-kept khans, infested with rough janissaries who were theoretically supposed to protect us from highwaymen, but whose looks were in fact so far from reassuring that we shut ourselves up in our quarters, we had the good fortune to come upon a respectable inn, patronized by traveling merchants. The innkeeper soon took the shine off our satisfaction, however, when he told us of rumors reaching here from Konya, according to which the town has been struck by the plague and its gates closed to all travelers. Disturbing as these tidings were, they had the advantage of bringing me close to the rest of my party, who gathered round waiting for me to decide what to do. Some other travelers had already chosen to turn back at dawn without more ado, Admittedly, they had joined us only at Tarsus or Alexandrata at most. We who come from Gibelet and are already more than halfway can't just give in at the first alarm. The caravaneer suggests going on for a bit further and changing our route later on if circumstances require it. I still find him as unattractive as I did when I first set eyes on him, but that seems to me a sensible idea. So on we go, and the grace of God be with us. 28th September. Today I said some things to Maimoun that he thought significant, so perhaps I should write them down. He had just observed that people nowadays can be divided up into those who believe that the end of the world is at hand and those who are skeptical, he and I being among the latter. I answered that in my opinion people can also be divided up into those who fear the end of the world and those who wish for it, the former thinking of flood and disaster, the latter of resurrection and deliverance. I was thinking not only of my friend's father and the impatient ones in Aleppo, but also of Marta. Then Maimoun wondered whether people in Noah's day were just as divided between those who applauded the flood and those who were against it. At that we started to laugh, and laughed so heartily that our mules took fright. 29 September. From time to time I cull a few verses at random from the book by Abu al-Ala that an old bookseller in Marra put in my hands 3 or 4 weeks ago. Today I came upon these lines. The people want an imam to arise and speak to a silent crowd. An illusion. There is no imam but reason. It alone guides us day and night. I made haste to read this passage to Maimoun, and we exchanged silent and meaning smiles. As a Christian and a Jew led along the path of doubt by a blind Muslim, but there is more light in his dimmed eyes than in all the sky over Anatolia. Near Konya, 30 September. The rumors about the plague have not, alas, been denied. Our caravan has had to skirt around the town and set up its tents to the west in the gardens of Maram. The camp is crowded because a lot of families from Konya have fled here from the epidemic to be in the healthy air amid the streams and fountains. We arrived towards noon, and despite the circumstances, there's an air, I was going to say a sort of holiday air about the place, but it's more like that of an improvised picnic. Everywhere vendors of apricot juice and cordials clink their glasses invitingly, washing them later on at the fountains. On all sides there are booths whose appetizing fumes draw young and old alike. But I can't help gazing at the town nearby. I can see its walls with their towers and guess at its domes and minarets. Different fumes rise up, hiding and darkening everything. That smell doesn't reach us, thank God. We sense it, and it makes our blood run cold. The plague, the fumes of death. I put down my pen and cross myself, and then go on with my story. Maimoun, who joined our party for the midday meal, spoke at some length to my nephews and for a little while to Marta. The atmosphere was such that we couldn't avoid talking about the end of the world, and I noticed that Boumé knew all about the predictions in the Zohar concerning the Jewish year 5408, our 1648. In the year 408 of the 6th millennium, he said, quoting from memory, they who rest in the dust shall rise up. They are called the sons of Heth. Who are they? Asked Habib, who always likes to oppose his brother's erudition with his own ignorance. It's the usual name for the Hittites in the Bible, but what matters here is not the actual meaning of the word Heth so much as its numerical value in Hebrew, which is 408. Numerical value. I get angry whenever I hear the notion mentioned. Instead of trying to understand the significance of words, my contemporaries prefer to calculate the value of the letters that make them up, and these they manipulate to suit their own ends, adding, subtracting, dividing, and multiplying, and always ending up with a figure that will astonish, reassure, or terrify them. And so human thought is diluted and human reason weakened and dissolved in superstition. I don't think Maimun believes in such nonsense, but most of his co religionists do, and so do most of mine, and most of the Muslims I have had occasion to talk to. Even wise, educated, and apparently reasonable people boast of their acquaintance with the science for simpletons. I express myself all the more vehemently here because during today's discussion I didn't say anything. I just looked incredulous whenever anyone mentioned numerical value. But I took care not to interpret the debate. But I took care not to interrupt the debate. That's how I am. That's how I've always been ever since I was a child. When a discussion is taking place around me, I am curious to see where it will end, who will admit he's wrong, how all the people involved answer or avoid answering the other's arguments. I observe and enjoy what I learn and register everyone else's reactions without feeling impelled to express my own opinion. During the talk at noon today, while I was provoked into silent protest by some remarks, other things that were said interested or surprised me, as when Boumeh pointed out that it was precisely in 1648 that the Book of the One True Orthodox Faith was published in Moscow, referring without any ambiguity to the year of the beast. Was it not because of that book that Evdokim the pilgrim took to the road and passed through Gibelet, and his visit was followed by a whole procession of scared customers through my shop? So it might be said that it was in that year that the beast entered my life. Maimun's father used to tell him that something significant had happened in 1648, but no one had recognized its importance. Yes, I don't mind admitting that something may have started in that year, for the Jews and for the Muscovites, and also for me and mine. But why was an event announced in 1648 that's supposed to take place in 1666? That's a mystery I can't understand, I said. Nor can I, agreed Maimun. I don't see any mystery, said Boumeh with irritating calm. Everyone waited with bated breath for him to go on. He took his time, then went on loftily. There are 18 years between 1648 and 1666. He stopped. So? Asked Habib through a mouthful of crystallized apricots. Don't you see? 18, 6 plus 6 plus 6, the last 3 steps to the apocalypse. There followed a most ominous silence. I suddenly felt that the pestilential vapor was approaching and closing in on us. Maimun was the most pensive of those present. It was as if Boumeh had just solved an old enigma for him. Hatim bustled around us, wondering what was the matter. He'd caught only scraps of our conversation. It was I who broke the silence. Wait a moment, Boumeh, I said. That's nonsense. I don't have to tell you that in the days of Christ and the evangelists, people didn't write 666 as you would today in Arabic. They wrote it in Roman figures. And your 3 sixes don't make sense. So, can you tell me how they wrote 666 in the days of the Romans? You know very well. Like this. I picked up a stick and wrote DCLXVI on the ground. Maimun and Habib bent over and looked at what I'd written. Boumeh just stood where he was, not even glancing our way. He just asked me if I'd never noticed anything particular about the number I'd traced. No, I hadn't. Haven't you noticed that all the Roman figures are there in descending order of magnitude and each occurs only once? Not all of them, I said quickly. One's missing. Go on. You're getting there. There's one missing at the beginning, the M. Write it. Then we'll have MDCLXVI 1666. Now the numbers are complete and the years are complete. Nothing more will be added. Then he reached out and erased the figure completely, muttering some magic formula he'd learned. A curse on numbers and those who make use of them. 3 October. Since we left the outskirts of Konya behind, the travelers have been talking not of plague but of a curious fable spread by the caravaneer himself, which so far I have not thought worth repeating. If I do so at present, it's because it has just had an exemplary ending. According to our man, a caravan got lost a few years ago on the way to Constantinople, and ever since then it has been wandering miserably around Anatolia, the victim of a curse. From time to time it passes another caravan, and its disoriented travelers ask to be told the way or else put other very strange questions. Anyone who answers by so much as a single word calls down the same curse on himself and must wander with the others forever. Why was the caravan the object of a curse? It said that the travelers of which it was composed had told their families they were going on a pilgrimage to Mecca, whereas in fact they planned to go to Constantinople, so heaven is supposed to have condemned them to wander endlessly without ever reaching their destination. Our man declared he had met the phantom caravan twice, but had not let it take him in. No matter how much the lost travelers crowded around him, smiling, plucking at his sleeve, and trying to cajole him, he pretended not to see them, and so he managed to elude the spell and continue his journey. How can the ghost caravan be recognized? Asked some of our more nervous companions. It can't be recognized, said our caravaneer. It's just like an ordinary caravan. Its travelers are just like any other travelers, and that's precisely why so many people are misled and get bewitched. Some of our people shrugged when they heard this story, while others seemed scared and kept scanning the horizon to check that no suspect caravan was in the offing. I, of course, was one of those who lent no credence to these tales. Witness the fact that although they have been spreading back and forth the whole length of the caravan for 3 days, I didn't think it worthwhile to mention such a vulgar fiction in these pages. But today at noon we did pass another caravan. We had just stopped by a stream for the midday meal. Servants and other attendants were busy gathering twigs and lighting fires when a caravan appeared over a nearby hill. In a few minutes it was almost upon us, and a whisper ran through our ranks. It's them! It's the phantom caravan! We were all transfixed. A strange shadow seemed to darken our faces, and we spoke very softly, staring at the new arrivals. They seemed to draw near unnaturally fast in a cloud of dust and haze. When they were close by, they all dismounted and hurried toward us, apparently delighted at finding some fellow human beings in a cool spot. They advanced, bowing and smiling broadly and uttering greetings in Arabic, Turkish, Persian, and Armenian. Our people were ill at ease, but no one moved or stood up or answered. "Why don't you speak?" the others finally demanded. "Have we offended you somehow?" Still none of us made a move. The others were already turning away, vexed, when suddenly our caravaneer let out a shout of laughter which was immediately topped by an even louder guffaw from the other caravaneer. "Curse you!" said the latter, coming forward with open arms. "You've been telling your tale about the ghost caravan again," and they swallowed it. Then everyone got up and started to embrace the others and invite them to share their meal by way of excuse for the misunderstanding. That incident is the only topic of conversation this evening. All of our travelers pretended they never believed the story, but the fact is, when other travelers approached us, everyone went pale and no one dared to speak to them. Scutari, Friday, 30 October 1665. I haven't written a line for 24 days. True, I have been at death's door. Now I take up my pen again at an inn in Scutari. the day before we crossed the Bosphorus and reached Constantinople at last. It was shortly after we left Konya that I noticed the first symptoms. At first, I put my dizziness down to the fatigues of the journey, and then I blamed the upset over my nephew's misbehavior and my own credulity. But my discomfort was not unbearable, and I didn't mention it to my companions or even in these pages. And then one day I suddenly couldn't hold a pen and had to go apart from the rest twice in order to vomit. My own people and a few of the other travelers had gathered round, proffering various bits of good advice when the caravaneer and 3 of his henchmen came up. The fellow declared I caught the plague, no less. He said I must have been infected somewhere in or near Konya and ordered me to isolate myself from the rest of the caravan without delay. From then on, I must tag along behind, more than 600 paces from my nearest fellow traveler. If I recovered, he would take me back again. If I had to halt, he wouldn't wait for me, but consign me to God and go on without me. Marta protested, as did my nephews, my clerk Maimoun, and a few other of the travelers. But there was nothing to be done. The argument went on for a good half-hour, but I didn't say a word. I felt that if I opened my mouth, I'd be ill again, so I assumed an air of wounded dignity, though all the time I was silently rehearsing all the Genoese oaths I could think of and wishing the caravaneer a painful death. I remained in quarantine for 4 whole days until we reached Afyon Karisar, the opium citadel, a small town with a sinister name, overlooked by the somber shape of an ancient fort. As soon as we were installed in the local khan, the caravaneer came to see me, to say he'd been wrong. I obviously hadn't got the plague. He'd noticed I was better and I could rejoin the caravan next morning. My nephews started to quarrel with him, but I made them stop. I don't like to see someone checked when he's trying to improve. Any reproaches he deserved should have been delivered before, so I answered politely and accepted his invitation to come back and travel with the others again. What I didn't say, either to him or to my people, was that in spite of appearances, I was by no means cured. Deep down inside, I could feel a sort of generalized fever burning like a brazier. I was amazed that no one seemed to notice how flushed my face was. The following night was dreadful. I kept shivering and tossing and panting for breath, and the sheets I lay in and the clothes I wore were drenched in sweat. Amid the confusion of voices and echoes that rang through my deranged head, I could hear the widow whispering at my bedside, "He must not set out again tomorrow. If he takes to the road again in the state he's in now, he'll die before he gets to Listana." Listana was one of many names which the people of Gibelet used to refer to Istanbul or Byzantium, the port Constantinia, and so on. And indeed, next morning I made no attempt to get up. I'd probably exhausted my strength in the course of the last few days, and my body needed time to mend. But I was still far from convalescent. I have only the most shadowy remembrance of the 3 days that followed. It seems to me I must have been very close to death. Some of my joints are still as stiff as those of Lazarus must have been after he was brought back to life. In my struggle with illness, I lost a few pounds of flesh to it, the way one throws a joint of meat at a wild beast to assuage its hunger. I can hardly find words to speak of it. My soul must still be rather stiff too. But what remains in my memory about the enforced halt at Afyon Karahinsar is not suffering or distress. I may have been abandoned by the rest of the caravan, and death may have cast covetous eyes on me, but whenever I opened my eyes, I saw Marta sitting at my side with her feet drawn up under her, gazing at me with a smile of relief. And when I closed my eyes again, my left hand still lay grasped in both of hers, the lower one with its palm against mine, and the other from time to time stroking my fingers in a gesture of comfort and infinite patience. Marta didn't send for a healer or an apothecary. They would have finished me off more surely than the fever. She took care of me just by being there. just with a few sips of cold water and with her two hands preventing me from going on with my journey. So I stayed, and for 3 days, as I have said, death lurked around me and I seemed its destined prey. Then on the fourth day it left, as if tired of waiting, or perhaps overcome with pity. I don't want to give the impression that my nephews and my clerk neglected me. Hatim was never far away, and between strolls around the town the two young men would come and ask how I was, looking worried and apologetic. You couldn't expect much more from them at their age. God save them. I don't blame them for anything except having dragged me into this expedition. But it's Marta I'm really grateful to, though grateful isn't the right word, and for me to think it adequate would be the height of ingratitude. Something that cost tears can't be repaid with mere salt water. I am still not sure how much those few days shook me up. For any man, the end of the world is first and foremost his own end, and mine had suddenly seemed imminent. Without waiting for the fateful year itself, I was in the process of slipping out of the world when two hands held me back. Two hands, a face, and a heart I knew to be capable of impulsive love and obstinate rebellion, but perhaps not of so powerful and perfect a tenderness. From time to time, when through a misunderstanding we found ourselves in the same bed, seemingly man and wife, I'd thought that one night, through the inescapable logic of the senses, I'd managed to disguise desire as passion and take matters to their natural conclusion, even though I might regret it the next morning. But now I believe that Marta is much more my wife in reality than in appearance, and that, when the day comes that I am united with her, it won't be for fun or because I am drunk or my senses have got the better of me. It will be the most heartfelt and proper of acts. And this whether or not, when the day comes, she's free from the oath that once linked her to her blackguard of a husband. But that day is not yet come. I am sure she hopes for it as much as I do, but the occasion hasn't yet presented itself. If we were still on the way to Tarsus and about to spend the next night in Maimun's cousin's house, we'd emerge as united in our bodies as we already are in our souls. But what's the good of looking back? I am here, almost at the gates of Constantinople, alive in spite of it all, and Marta is not far off. Love feeds on patience as well as on desire. Isn't that the lesson I learned from her at Afyon Karahisar? A week had passed by the time we set out again, joining a caravan from Damascus in which by a strange chance there were a couple of people I knew, a perfumer and a priest. We halted one day at Kutahaya and another at Izmit and reached Iskutari today in the early afternoon. Some of our fellow travelers decided to press on and take ship straight away, but I preferred to be careful and give myself time for a healing siesta, so as to be readier to confront the last stage of the journey tomorrow, Saturday. We'll have been on our way for 54 days since leaving Aleppo instead of the 40 expected. 69 days since we first set out from Gibelet. I only hope Marmontel hasn't already gone back to France, taking the 100th name with him. Constantinople, 31 October 1665. Today Marta has stopped being my wife. From now on, appearances are in accordance with reality until the time comes when reality is in accordance with appearances. This is not because I decided, after bitter reflection, to put an end to a confusion that had lasted 2 months and become a little more familiar to me at every halt. But today things worked out in such a way that to keep up the fiction I would have had to deceive everyone in the most brazen fashion. After we'd crossed the strait in such a crush of people and beasts that I really thought the boat would sink, I started looking for an inn kept by a Genoese by the name of Bartinelli, where my father and I stayed when we came to Constantinople 24 years ago. The man is dead now, and the house is no longer an inn, but still belongs to the family, and a grandson of the former innkeeper lives there with one maid, whom I've glimpsed briefly from a distance. When I presented myself to the young Barinelli and told him my name, he made a moving speech about my glorious Embriachi ancestors and insisted that we stay with him. Then he asked me who my noble companions were, and I answered without too much hesitation that I was traveling with my two nephews. My clerk who was outside looking after our mules, and a respectable lady from Gibelet, a widow who had come to Constantinople to attend to certain administrative formalities and had made the journey under our protection. I don't deny this cost me a pang, but I couldn't have said anything else. Travel sometimes gives rise to fables, sleep gives rise to dreams, so long as you see straight when you get back to normal. For me, the awakening has come in Constantinople. Tomorrow, Sunday, I shall put on ceremonial dress and present myself at the embassy of the King of France, or rather at the embassy church, in the hope of finding the Chevalier de Marmontel. I hoped he wasn't too angry with me for charging him so much for the Mazandarani book. If need be, I'll allow him substantial reduction in exchange for permission to make a copy of it, though no doubt to persuade him I'll have to use all my wiles as a Genoese, a trader in curios and a Levantine. I shall go to see him on my own. I can't really be sure of my nephews. A hasty word, or one that's too ingratiating, or a sign of impatience, and Marmontel, that haughty character, would be put off once and for all. 1st November. Lord, how am I going to begin my account of what happened today? Should I start at the beginning? I woke with a start and went to attend Mass at the embassy in Pera district. Or at the end? We have made this journey all the way from Gibelet to Constantinople for nothing. The church was crowded, a somber gathering, ladies in black, mournful whispers. In vain I looked around for the Chevalier de Marmontel, or some other face I knew. I'd hurried in just as the office was about to begin, and only had time to uncover my head, cross myself, and station myself at the back, at the end of a row of worshippers. Registering how very forlorn the atmosphere was, I cast a few inquiring glances at my nearest neighbor, but he studiously and piously ignored my presence. It wasn't merely that it was All Saints' Day. There must also have been a recent bereavement, the death of some important person. I was reduced to conjecture. I knew that the former ambassador, Monsieur de la Haye, had been on the point of death for years. After spending 5 months imprisoned in the citadel of 7 towers on the orders of the Sultan, he had emerged suffering from the stone, and so enfeebled that the rumors of his death had circulated several times. That must be it, I thought. And as the new ambassador was none other than the former envoy's son, there was nothing surprising about the consternation I could see around me. The officiating priest, a Capuchin, began his funeral oration by speaking of a person of noble lineage, a devoted servant of the great king entrusted with the most delicate missions, and when he then went on to make veiled allusions to the dangers incurred by those who perform their distinguished duties in countries not of faith, I was no longer in any doubt. Relations between France and the Sublime Porte have never been so acrimonious as they are now, so much so that the new ambassador, though appointed 4 years ago, has still not dared to take up his duties for fear of being subjected to the same vexations as his father. Every word of the sermon strengthened me in my supposition, until at the end of a lengthy period the name of the deceased was actually mentioned. I then started so violently that all faces turned towards me. A whisper ran through the congregation, and the preacher himself paused for a second or two, cleared his throat, and craned his neck to see if the person so afflicted wasn't a near relation of the late Chevalier. For it was Marmontel who was the subject of the oration. To think I had come here to speak to him after Mass only to learn that he was dead. I'd spent 2 long months on the road, crossing Syria, Cilicia, the Taurus Mountains, and the Anatolian plain, just in the hope of finding him and borrowing the 100th name for a few days. And now I was told that the man and the book alike were no more. Both had been lost at sea. As soon as the service was over, I went to see the priest. He told me he was known as Thomas of Paris. With him was a well-respected French merchant called Master Raboli. I explained why I was so upset at describing how the Chevalier had come to my humble shop several times to make purchases on His Majesty's behalf. This seemed to impress them, and they inquired with some anxiety about the Chevalier's visit to Gibelet in August, and about what he'd said on the subject of his late voyage, and any premonitions he might have had concerning it. Father Thomas was very circumspect, unlike Master Raboli, who soon told me that in his opinion the Chevalier's death was due not to bad weather, as authorities claimed, but to an attack by pirates, the sea off Smyrna having been quite calm at the time of the incident. He had even started telling me he didn't believe the pirates were acting on their own initiative when the priest frowned and said, "We know nothing about it. May God's will be done, and may heaven deal with each of us as he deserves." It's true that there was no point now in speculating about the true causes of the tragedy, let alone the machinations of the Ottoman authorities. For me, in any case, it was all of no importance whatsoever. Both the man I'd come to see and the book I'd hoped to buy back or borrow from him now reposed in the realm of Neptune, in the bowels of the Aegean Sea, or perhaps in those of its fishes. I must admit that after feeling sorry for myself and lamenting the fact that I'd gone to so much trouble for nothing, I started to ponder on what it all meant and what I ought to learn from it. After the death of old Idris and now the disappearance of both Marmontel and the 100th name, shouldn't I give up on the book and go quietly back to Gibelet? But that's not what our expert on omens thinks. According to my nephew Boumet, heaven certainly wanted to teach us a lesson, some logic, to drown the envoy of the King of France in order to drop a hint to a Genoese merchant. But let that pass. Heaven wanted to punish us, especially me, for letting that book go when I'd actually had it in my possession. But the object wasn't to make me give up. On the contrary, we ought to redouble our efforts and expose ourselves to yet more suffering and disappointments in order to deserve the supreme reward, the book with the salvation it contained. So, what does Boumet think we ought to do? Go on searching. Doesn't Constantinople contain the greatest and most venerable booksellers in the whole world? We must question them one by one, search their shelves and ransack their storerooms, and in the end we'll find what we're looking for. On this point, but only on this point, I don't disagree with him. If there's one place where you ought to be able to find a copy, genuine or forged, of the 100th name, then that place is Constantinople. But this consideration has had little influence on my decision not to return straight away to Gibelet. Once I'd got over the first shock of the unexpected news, I decided it would be pointless to get depressed, and even more so to expose myself again, in the cold season when I have still not quite recovered from my illness, to the rigors of travel. Let's wait for a while, I thought, and scour the bookstalls and curio shops, and also give Marta time to complete her business. Then we'll see. Perhaps by prolonging the journey by a few weeks, I'll make it mean something again. That's what I tell myself before I turn this page. I know very well it's only a device to distract me from my anxiety and confusion. 3 November. I keep thinking about the unfortunate Marmontel, and last night, for the second time running, I saw him in my dreams. I do wish we'd parted on better terms on his last visit. He must have cursed my Genoese greed when I charged him 1,500 Medines for the Mazandarani book. How was he to know I did so only because I had qualms about parting at all with something a poor man had given me as a present? My intentions were of the best, but he couldn't have guessed that, and now I shall never be able to win back his good opinion. I only hope time will take the edge off my remorse. This afternoon, my pleasant landlord, Master Barinelli, came to see me in my room. He checked beforehand, by carefully opening the door a little way, that I'd finished my afternoon siesta, and when I beckoned him in, he entered shyly, explaining that having heard what had happened, he'd come to see how I was. Then he sat down formally, eyes downcast as if offering his condolences. His maid followed him in and remained standing until I pressed her to take a seat. While he offered wholesome words of consolation in the Genoese fashion, she remained silent, understanding nothing but concentrating on the sound of his voice as if he were the sweetest music. I listened as if grateful for his observations on the decrees of Providence, but in fact my chief solace came from watching the two of them. I found them very touching. I haven't mentioned them before in these pages, having too much to say about Marmontel, but since we've been here, I have often spoken of them under my breath to my companions, especially Martha, and we have joked amiably about them. Their story is a strange one. I'll try to tell it as I heard it myself. Perhaps it will distract me for a while from my worries. Last spring, Barinelli, on his way to the gold and silversmiths' quarter on business, was passing by the slave market, known here as Esir Pazari, when he was approached by a dealer holding a young woman by the hand and lauding her virtues. The Genoese told the fellow he had no intention of buying a slave, but the other insisted, saying, "Don't buy her if you don't want to, but at least look at her." To end the matter as swiftly as possible, Barinelli glanced at the girl, meaning to walk on without more ado, but when their eyes met, he had the feeling, he said, that he'd found a long-lost sister who'd been taken captive. He tried to ask her where she was from, but she could not understand neither his Turkish nor his Italian. The dealer explained that she spoke a language no one here could understand, adding that she had another small defect, a slight limp caused by a wound in her thigh. He lifted up her dress to show the scar, but Barinelli firmly drew it down again, saying he would take her as she was. He did not need to see more. So he returned home with the slave, who could only tell him her name was Liva. Strangely enough, Barinelli's given name was Livio. Ever since then, theirs has been the most moving love story. They hold hands all the time and never take their eyes off one another. Livio looks at her as if she were not his slave but his princess and beloved wife. I've often seen him raise her hand to his lips, place a chair for her, or stroke her hair or brow, oblivious of our presence. Any married couple and any pair of sweethearts in the world would be jealous of these two. Liva has slanting eyes and prominent cheekbones, but fair, almost blonde hair. She might well come from the tribe that lives on the steppes. I think she must be descended from the Mongols, but from one of them who carried off a woman from Moscow. She has never been able to explain where she's from or how she became a captive. Her swain tells me she understands every word he says, but that's not surprising, given the way he speaks to her. She'll end up learning Italian, unless Barinelli learns the language of the steppes. Have I mentioned that she's pregnant? So her Livio won't let her go up or downstairs unless he's there to take her arm. Reading through what I've written, I see I've called Liva his maid. I vowed never to cross anything out, but I must correct this point. I didn't want to refer to her as a slave, and hesitated to call her his concubine or mistress. But after all I've just said, it seems obvious that she should simply be called his wife. Barinelli regards her as that. He treats her much better than wives are usually treated, and she'll soon be the mother of his children. This morning my people are scattered around the city, each in pursuit of his or her preoccupation. Bume has gone rummaging among the bookstalls, having heard some rumor about a great collector supposed to own a copy of the 100th name. He hasn't been able to find out anything more precise. Habib and his brother both crossed the Golden Horn on the same boat, but they came back separately, and I doubt if they stayed together long. Marta went to the Sultan's palace to try and find out if a man with the same name as her husband wasn't hanged as a pirate 2 years ago. Hatem went with her, as he speaks Turkish fluently and is better than any of us at coping with official in and outs. They haven't discovered anything specific so far, but they did learn something of how to set about it, and they'll return to the charge tomorrow. As for me, I went to see Father Thomas again in his church at Pera. When we met for the first time on Sunday, I had neither the opportunity nor, I may say, the wish to tell him plainly why I was so affected by Marmontel's death. I made some vague mention of valuable articles that the Chevalier had bought from me, and that we were supposed to have talked about again in Constantinople. Now I explained as a confessor the real reasons for my discomfiture. He interrupted me by seizing my wrist and pausing for a while as he pondered or prayed, then said, "The only way for a Christian to address God is through prayer. He must be humble and obedient and tell him of his own grievances and hopes, concluding by saying, 'Amen,' and trusting his will may be done. Proud men, on the other hand, look in the books of magicians for forms of words that they think can alter or divert God's will. They imagine providence as a ship whose tiller they, poor mortals though they are, may manipulate to suit their own purposes. But God is not a ship. He is the master of all ships and of the seas and of quiet skies and tempests alike. He cannot be ruled by forms of words invented by magicians, nor constrained by phrases or figure. He is incomprehensible and unpredictable, and woe to him who thinks he can tame him." "You say the book you sold Marmontel has extraordinary powers." "No, Father," I corrected him. "I merely told you the foolish things that are said about it. If I myself believed it possessed unusual powers, I wouldn't have parted with it." "You did well to part with it, my son, for you traveled under the protection of Providence, and here you are in Constantinople, while the Chevalier, who set sail with that alleged sacred book in his baggage, never arrived. God have mercy upon him." I asked Father Thomas for details about the disaster, but he told me nothing new. He did offer me much consolation, though, and I left the church with a lighter step than I had entered it, and with my recent melancholy cured. Above all, why should I deny it? His last comment was a comfort to me, so when Boumet returned in the evening and started speculating about our chances of finding another copy of the 100th name, I said with a sigh, shamelessly pretending I'd arrived at this sage attitude on my own, "I don't know if we shall return from here with it, but it's fortunate that we didn't come here with it." "Why do you say that?" "Because of the Chevalier, who did travel with it." Marta smiled, Hatem's eyes sparkled, and Habib actually laughed and clapped his brother on the shoulder. Boumet shrugged his hand off disdainfully and snapped back at me, avoiding my eye. "Uncle thinks the 100th name is some holy relic supposed to perform miracles. I've never been able to make him understand that it's not the book itself that can save its owner, but the word hidden within it. The book Idris owned was just a copy of a copy. And what had we come here for? To borrow the book from the Chevalier, if he'd let us, and make yet another copy. But it's not the book we're looking for. It's the word concealed inside it." "What word is that?" asked Marta innocently. "The name of God." "Allah?" Boumet answered in his most pedantic manner. "Allah is just a contraction of Al-Ilah, which simply means the God. It's not a name, it's just a designation, as if you were to say the Sultan. But the Sultan has a name too. He's called Muhammad or Murad or Ibrahim or Osman. Like the Pope, who is called the Holy Father but has a name of his own as well." That's because popes and sultans die, said I, and are replaced. If they didn't die, they'd always be the same, and would no longer need to give them a name and a figure. Just the pope or the sultan would be enough. Just so, and because God doesn't die and is never replaced by another, we don't need to address him in any other way. That doesn't mean he hasn't got another secret name. He doesn't tell ordinary mortals what it is, only those who deserve to know. They are the real elect, and they need only speak the divine name to escape all dangers and fend off all calamities. You will object that if God reveals his name to those he has chosen, there is no need to own Mazendarani's book in order to have that privilege, no doubt. The wretched Idris had the book in his possession all his life and may have learned nothing from it. In order to deserve to know the supreme name, a person must demonstrate exceptional piety or unparalleled knowledge or some other unique merit. But it can also happen that God feels well disposed towards someone apparently quite undistinguished. He sends signs to him, entrusts him with missions, tells him secrets, and transforms his dull life into a memorable epic. We must not ask why one person is chosen rather than another. Our ephemeral considerations are irrelevant to him who sees past and future and all in one glance. Does my nephew really believe he himself has been designated by heaven? That's the impression I got as I listened to him. In that still childish face, beneath the fair down on his cheeks, there is a kind of quivering tension that bothers me. Shall I be able to take him home to his mother when the time comes, or will he keep trailing along on the road as he has kept all of us so far? No, that's not true. Not all of us. Marta came on this journey for her own reasons. Habib came out of chivalry or for romance. And all Hatem did was follow his master to Constantinople, just as he would have followed me anywhere. I am the only one who gave in to Boumet's promptings, and it's up to me to restrain him now. But I don't do it. I listen to him patiently, even though I know his reason is unreason and his faith impiety. Perhaps I ought to act differently towards him, contradict him, interrupt, make fun of him, in short, treat him as an uncle usually treats a young nephew, instead of showing so much consideration for him and his learning. The truth is that I am rather scared of him, terrified even. I ought to get the better of this apprehension. Anyhow, be an envoy from heaven or a messenger from hell, he's still my nephew, and I mean to make him behave as such. At her request, I went with Marta as far as the Sultan's palace, but I soon left again at the request of my clerk, who thought my presence made his task more difficult. I'd put on my best clothes in order to make a good impression, but I'd only aroused the greed and envy. We had entered the palace through the outer courtyard, together with hundreds of other plaintiffs, all as quiet as if in a house of prayer. But this was because of their terror at being close to one who had the power of life and death over each one of them. I'd never been in such a place before, and was anxious to get away from that crowd of whispering intriguers creeping diffidently across the sands and reeking of misery and fear. Hatem wanted to meet a clerk in the armory who'd promise him information in exchange for a small amount of money. When we reached the door of the building, which was once the church of Saint Irene, he asked me to wait outside for fear the man would put up his price if he saw me, but it was too late. As ill luck would have it, the official was just emerging on some business or other and took the opportunity to examine me from head to toe. When he returned a few minutes later, his demands had risen to 15 times what they were before. You don't ask a wealthy Genoese for the same amount you'd gauge from a Syrian villager escorting a poor widow. 10 aspers had become 150, and on top of that, the information wasn't complete. Instead of telling all he knew, the fellow held back most of it in the hope of getting more money. He told us that according to the ledger he'd consulted, the name Sayyaf, Marta's husband, didn't appear among those condemned to death, But there was another ledger he hadn't yet been able to look. We must pay up and be grateful and still be left in uncertainty. Hatem wanted to go on and see someone else under the cupola through the gate of salvation, but he begged me not to accompany them any further, and more amused than annoyed, I went and waited for them outside in a coffee shop we'd noticed when we'd arrived. All this tangling with officialdom gets on my nerves. I'd never have gone if Martha hadn't insisted. From now on, I'll save myself the bother. I hope they'll get on faster and more cheaply without me. They rejoined me an hour later. The man Hatem wanted to see had asked him to go back again next Thursday. He is a clerk too, but in the Tower of the Law, where he receives innumerable petitions and passes them on to higher authorities. He charged a silver coin for making the appointment. If I'd been there, he'd have demanded gold. Friday, 6th November. Today, what was bound to happen did happen. Not at night, not in the form of surreptitious embrace in a bed of confusion, but right in the middle of the morning when the narrow streets outside were swarming with people. We were there in Master Barinelli's house, she and I looking through the blinds at the comings and goings of the people of Galata, like a couple of idle women. Friday is a day of prayer here, observed by some as a holiday, an occasion for taking a stroll or resting. Our traveling companions were all abroad on their various errands. Our host had gone out too. We'd heard the door bang behind him and watched him and his pregnant lady love walking carefully along the alley beneath the window, avoiding the heaps of rubble. She moved with some difficulty and clung to his arm, almost tripping over at one point because she was gazing fondly at him instead of where she was going. He just caught her in time and scolded her gently, putting his hand protectively on her brow and drawing an imaginary line with his finger from her eyes to her feet. She nodded to show she understood, and they went on more slowly. As we watched them coping with their difficulties, Martha and I broke into laughter tinged with envy. Our hands touched, then joined like those of the couple in the street. Our eyes met, as if in some game in which neither must be the first to look away. We remained like that for some time, each gazing at the other as into a mirror. It might have become ridiculous or childish if, after a moment, a tear hadn't started to trickle down Martha's cheek, a tear all the more surprising because she was still smiling. I stood up, went around the low table where the steam was still rising from our 2 coffee cups, and stood behind her, clasping her tenderly in my arms. She tilted her head back, parting her lips and closing her eyes. At the same time, she breathed a little sigh of surrender. I kissed her forehead, then her eyelids, then either side of her lips, shyly approaching her mouth. At first, I just brushed it with my own trembling lips, murmuring her name and all the Italian and Arabic words for my dear, my love, my own, and then for I want you. And then we found ourselves entwined together. The house was still silent, the outside world farther and farther away. We'd slept side by side 3 times, but I hadn't encountered her body nor she mine. In Abbas the tailor's village, I held her hand all night out of bravado, and in Tarsus she'd spread her black tresses over my arm. 2 long months of timid attempts and gestures, with both of us looking forward to this moment with a mixture of hope and fear. Did I say earlier on how beautiful the barber's daughter was? She's still just as lovely as ever and has increased in affection without losing any of her freshness. It must be said that she has increased in passion too, but every act of love is different. Before, her love-making must have been greedy and fleeting, bold and reckless. I didn't experience it, but you can tell how a woman makes love by looking at her and her arms. Now she's both tender and passionate. Her arms enfold you like those of someone swimming for dear life. She breathes as if her head had been underwater till now, but any recklessness is just a pretense. What are you thinking about? I asked her when we'd got our breath back and were calmer again. Our host and his maid. They ought to have nothing in common, yet it seems to me they're the happiest people in the world. We could be that too. Perhaps, she said, looking away. Why only perhaps? She bent over me as if to look more closely into my eyes and my thoughts. Then she smiled and dropped a kiss between my eyebrows. Don't say any more. Come here. She lay on her back again and pulled me to her. I'm the size of a buffalo, but she made me feel as light as a newborn infant on her breast. Closer. Her body seemed as familiar to me as a man's native country, with its hills and gorges and pastures and shady lanes, a land that's vast and generous and yet suddenly very tiny. I held her tight, she held me tight, her nails digging into my back and leaving sizable marks. I want you. I panted again in my own language. My love. She answered in hers, almost weeping as she breathed the word love. And then I called her my wife, but she's still the wife of another. Damn him. 8 November. I'd sworn not to go back to the palace and to leave Hatem to work out his schemes in his own way. But today I decided to go with him and Marta as far as the High Gate and wait for them all morning at the same coffee shop as before. My presence may not have any effect on the proceedings, but it does have a new meaning now. Getting hold of the document that will make Marta a free woman is no longer a minor consideration for me, amid all the other concerns arising out of the journey, in particular the search for Marmontel and the 100th name. The Chevalier is dead, and I now see Mazandarani's book as the mirage that I should never have pursued. But Marta is really here, no longer an outsider, but the closest and dearest to me of all my companions. How could I just leave her to manage as best as she can amid all these Ottoman complexities? I wouldn't dream of going home without her, and for her part, she could never return to Gibelet and face her family without a document from the Sultan establishing her as a free woman again. She'd have her throat cut the very next day. No, her fate is bound up with mine now, and since I am a man of honor, my fate is just as much bound up with hers. There I go, talking about it as if it were an obligation. It isn't that, but it does involve a kind of obligation which it would be misleading to deny. Marta and I didn't come together by accident or sudden impulse. I nurtured my desire for a long while, letting the wisdom that comes with time work upon it, and then one day, that blessed Friday, I stood up, took her in my arms, and told her I wanted her with all my being, and she gave herself to me. What sort of person would I be if I abandoned her after that? What would be the good of bearing a venerable name like mine if I let Barinelli, the son of an innkeeper, behave more nobly than I? But if I am so sure of what I should do, why am I arguing about it? Why am I reasoning with myself as if I needed to be persuaded? It's because the choice I'm in the process of making is of much greater consequence than I thought. If Marta doesn't get what she wants, if they won't give her a certificate saying her husband is dead, she can never go back home again. And if so, I can't either. What would I do then? Would I be prepared, in order not to forsake her, to abandon everything I possess, everything my ancestors worked to build up, and wander around the world? The thought of it makes my head spin. It would probably be wiser to wait and take each day as it comes. Hatem and Marta emerged from the palace at lunchtime, exhausted and desperate. They'd been obliged to pay out every asper they had and to promise more, and still they got nothing to show for it. The clerk in the armory told him at once he'd been able to consult the second ledger containing the names of people who'd been hanged, but he demanded more money before he would tell what he'd found in it. Once he'd pocketed the cash, he informed them that Sayyab's name wasn't there, but he added in a whisper that he'd learned there was a third list covering the most serious crimes, though two very highly placed officials would have to be bribed in order to gain access to it. He demanded a deposit of 150 aspers for this purpose, but magnanimously agreed to take 148, which was all his visitors had left on them. He threatened he wouldn't go on seeing them if ever they were so improvident again. 9 November. What happened today makes me want to leave this city as soon as possible, and Marta herself begs me to do so. But where could we go? Without that accursed firman she can't go back to Gibelet, and it's only here in Constantinople that she can hope to get it. We went back to the Sultan's palace as we did yesterday to try to advance Marta's case, and again I stationed myself in the coffee shop while my clerk and the widow, swathed in black, disappeared amid a crowd of other petitioners into the outer courtyard, known as the courtyard of the Janissaries. I was resigned to the prospect of waiting for 3 or 4 hours as I had done yesterday, but the shopkeeper makes me so welcome now that I didn't mind. He's a Greek from Candia and keeps telling me how glad he is to be able to talk to someone from Genoa about how much we both dislike the Venetians. They've never done me any harm, but my father always said people ought to despise them, so I owe it to his memory to do so. The owner of the coffee shop has more serious reasons to hate them. He hasn't said it in so many words, but from various allusions I gather one of them seduced and then abandoned his mother, and he was brought up to hate his own blood. He speaks Greek interspersed with snatches of Italian and Turkish, and we managed to have long conversations punctuated by orders from his customers. These are often young janissaries who drink their coffee in the saddle and then throw the empty cups at the shopkeeper for him to try to catch them. He pretends to join in their laughter, but as soon as they have ridden away, he crosses his fingers and curses them in Greek. I didn't have much time to talk to him today. After half an hour, Hatim and Marta returned, pale and trembling. I had to make them sit down and drink several glasses of water before they were able to tell me of their misadventures. They went through the first courtyard and were making their way to the second and their interlocutor under the cupola when they noticed a crowd had gathered around the gate of salvation separating the two courtyards. A severed head was lying there on a stone. Marta averted her eyes, but Hatim went up close. "Look," he said to her. "Do you recognize him?" She forced herself to look. It was the clerk from the Tower of the Law, the one they'd been to see last Thursday under the cupola and who'd made an appointment to meet them again next Thursday. They'd have liked to find out why he'd been punished in this way, but they didn't dare ask. Instead, they helped one another to totter away, hiding their faces, lest their expressions of horror be taken as a sign of complicity with the victim. "I'll never set foot in that palace again," Marta told me on the boat taking us to Galata. I didn't say anything, so as not to upset her further, but she'll have to get that cursed paper somehow. 10 November. I took Marta for a trip across the city to drive the images of the severed head out of her mind's eye. When he left Afyon Karahinsar with the caravan, Maimun left me the address of a cousin of his with whom he intended to stay, and I thought this might be a good time to go and inquire after him. I had some trouble finding the house, though it is in Galata, only a few streets away from where we are staying. I was kept waiting for a moment after I knocked at the door. Then a man came and asked us a number of questions before inviting us in. By the time he finally stood aside with a few cold words of formal welcome, I'd made up my mind not to set foot in this house. He pressed us a little, but for me the matter was settled. All I learned from him was that Maymun had stayed only a few days in Constantinople and left again without saying where he was going, unless his cousin considered me unworthy of knowing his destination. I left my or rather Barinelli's address in case Maymun should come back before we left, and so that I shouldn't have to come and ask for news again from this unfriendly fellow. Then we crossed the Golden Horn and returned to the city, where Martha, urged on by me, bought two beautiful lengths of cloth, one black with silver threads in it, the other of raw silk with a pattern of sky blue stars. "You have given me night and day," she said, "and if we hadn't been surrounded by other people, I'd have taken her in my arms." In the new spice market, I met a Genoese man who set himself up on there a few months ago and already has one of the finest perfumeries in Constantinople. I may never have set foot in the city of my ancestors, but I can't help feeling proud when I meet a fellow countryman who is respected, bold, and prosperous. I asked him to make up a perfume for Martha, the subtlest scent a lady ever wore. I let it be understood she was my wife or fiancée without actually saying so. The man closeted himself in the depths of his shop and came back with a splendid dark green bottle as round as a pasha after lunch. It smelled of aloes, violets, opium, and both kinds of amber. When I asked him how much I owed him, he pretended not to want any money, but this was just a merchant's empty ploy. He soon murmured a price I'd have considered exorbitant if I hadn't seen the wonder in Martha's eyes when she sampled her latest present. Is it vain of me to play the generous fiancée, spending money in a lordly fashion and ordering things without even asking the price? But what does it matter? I'm happy she's happy. If I'm vain, I'm not ashamed of it. On our way home, we stopped at a seamstress's in Galata for her to take Martha's measurements, and again at a cobbler's shop with a display of elegant ladies' shoes. Martha protested every time and then gave way, knowing I was determined. I may not be her lawful husband, but already I am more her husband than the other one was, and I regarded the duties of my situation as a privilege. It is up to a man to dress the woman he undresses and to perfume the woman he embraces, just as it is up to him to defend with his life the fragile step that shadows his own. I'm starting to sound like an amorous page boy. Time to lay down my pen for this evening and blow the skittish, sparkling ink dry. 14 in November. For 4 days I've been pressing Martha to set aside her fears and go to the palace again. Only today did she finally agree, so taking Hatim with us we set out to cross the water, using an umbrella to keep off occasional showers of rain. To distract Martha, I chatted gaily to her about this and that, pointing out especially fine houses and the strange attire of some of the passers-by. We exchanged glances to hold back our laughter until we got to the palace. Then her face clouded over and I could no longer make her smile. I stopped off, as usual, at my friend from Candia's coffee shop while the widow set out for the high gate, casting farewell looks back at me at almost every step, as if we were never going to see one another again. Heartbreaking as this was, she had to go to get the wretched firman if we were to be free and be able to love one another. So I pretended to be firmer than I felt and a sign to her to go on and pass through the gate. But she couldn't. She trembled and slowed down more at every step. Hatim, a stout fellow, supported her and whispered encouragement, but her legs simply wouldn't carry her. He had to give up and practically drag her back to me, weeping, grief-stricken, apologizing between her sobs for having been so weak. As soon as I get near the gate, I seem to see the severed head, and then I can't breathe or swallow. I comforted her as best as I could. Hatim asked if he should go on anyway. On reflection, I told him just to see the clerk in the armory and ask him what he'd found in the third ledger, then come back at once. He did so, and the answer from the official was as I had feared. There's nothing in the third ledger, but I found out there's a fourth one. He asked for another 4 piastres for his trouble. Our misfortune is providing this wretch with a regular income. We set out for home so depressed and downcast that we didn't exchange 3 words the whole way. So now, what are we to do? I'd better let the night soothe my worries, if I can manage to go to sleep. 15 November. Night having failed to come up with any solution to my problem, I tried to calm my anxieties with religion. But I already rather regret it. You can no more suddenly turn yourself into a believer than into an infidel. Even the Almighty must be tired of my mood swings. I went to church in Para this Sunday morning and after Mass asked Father Thomas if he would hear my confession. Assuming the matter must be urgent, he apologized to the members of the congregation gathered round him and led the way to the confessional, where I told him very awkwardly about Marta and myself. Before giving me absolution, he made me promise not to approach the person in question until she was my wife, though he included among his admonitions some words of comfort. I shall remember these, but I'm not sure I shall keep my promise. Before the service began, I had no intention of going to confession. I was kneeling in the shadows, mulling over my troubles amid a cloud of incense and beneath the majestic vaulting when the urge seized me. I think I was motivated more by a fit of anxiety than by an access of piety. My nephews and my clerk and Martha had all come to church with me, and they had to wait some time. If I'd stopped to think, I'd have put off my confession till later, when I was on my own. I don't go to confession often, as everyone in Gibelet knows. To keep the priest happy, I occasionally give him some old prayer book, and he pretends to think I don't sin very much. So what I did today is almost tantamount to a public confession, as I could tell from the attitude of my companions afterwards. Hatim was laughing and his eyes twinkled. My nephews alternately glared at me and refused to meet my glance. Above all, Marta's eyes accused me of treachery. As far as I know, she hasn't confessed. When we got home, I decided it was necessary for me to gather them all around me and solemnly announce that I intended to marry Marta as soon as she was quit of her first alliance, and that I had just spoken to the priest to that effect. I added without much conviction that if by chance she was declared a widow in the next few days, we'd get married here in Constantinople. I feel for you as if you were my children, I said, and I want you to love Marta and respect her as if she were your own mother. Hatim bent over my hand, and then that was my future. Hatim bent over my first hand and then that of my future wife. Habib embraced us both with a warmth that was balm to my heart. Marta clasped him to her, and this time I swear I didn't feel a single twinge of jealousy. I'm sure they never held one another so close before. As for Boumé, he too came over and embraced us in his own more furtive and enigmatic way, apparently deep in reflections we'll never know anything about. Perhaps he was thinking that this unexpected turn of events was yet another sign, one of the countless spiritual upheavals that precede the end of the world. This evening, as I write these lines alone in my room, I feel a pang of remorse. If I could have today over again, I'd act differently. There'd be neither confession nor solemn announcement, but never mind. What's done is done. One can never be impartial about oneself. 16 November. I still felt the same regret when I woke up this morning. To lessen them, I told myself my confession had relieved me of a burden, but that's not really true. I wasn't troubled by the act of the flesh until I knelt down in church. Before, I didn't think of what happened on Friday as a sin, and I'm angry with myself now for speaking of it as such. I may have thought I was casting off a weight in the confessional, but in fact I was making it heavier. What's more, the same questions still assail me. Where am I to go? Where should I take the people for whom I am responsible? What should I advise Martha to do? Yes, what on earth is to be done? Hatim came and told me that in his view the solution was the fewest drawbacks would be to pay some official handsomely to issue a false certificate stating that Martha's husband really was executed. I didn't turn the idea down as indignantly as an honest man should have done. I have acquired too many gray hairs in this world to go on believing in purity, justice, and innocence. To tell the truth, I am inclined to have more respect for a false certificate that sets someone free than for a genuine one that imprisons somebody. But on reflection, I said no. Hatim's solution didn't really strike me as feasible. How could I go back to Gibelet and get married in church on the strength of a document I knew to be a forgery? How could I spend the rest of my life waiting for my door to be flung open by the man I'd prematurely buried so as to live with his wife? I simply couldn't resign myself to that. 17 November. Today, Tuesday, to take my mind off my worries, I indulged in one of my favorite pleasures. I strolled around the streets of the city on my own, browsing all day long among the bookstalls. But when, near the Sulaimaniyah Mosque, a trader asked me what I was looking for and I openly mentioned the Mazandarani's book, the man frowned and signed to me to lower my voice. Then, after making sure no one else had heard me, he asked me into his shop and sent his son away so that we could speak in private. Even when we were alone, he still spoke in a whisper so that I had to strain my ears to hear what he said. According to him, the highest authorities had got wind of certain predictions concerning the day of judgment allegedly at hand. An astrologer was supposed to have told the Grand Vizier that all tables would soon be overturned, all food removed from them, and the grandest turbans would roll on the ground, together with the heads that wore them, while all the palaces collapsed upon their inhabitants. For fear that such rumors would give rise to panic and subversion, orders had been issued that any book forecasting the end of the world should be destroyed. Anyone copying, selling, promoting, or commenting on such works was liable to the severest punishment. All this was being done in deadly secrecy, the worthy fellow told me, pointing out that the stall of a neighbor and colleague closed down because its owner was said to have been arrested and tortured, while his own brothers dared not inquire about his fate. I am infinitely grateful to this colleague for taking the trouble to warn me of the danger, and for trusting me in spite of my origins, but perhaps it was because of them that he trusted me. If the authorities wanted to test or spy on him, they wouldn't have sent a Genoese to sound him out, would they? What I have learned today sheds a new light on what happened to me in Aleppo, and makes me understand more clearly the strange reaction I met with from the booksellers in Tripoli when I mentioned the 100th name to them. I must be more careful in future, and above all not keep going and prating to booksellers about Mazandarani's work. That's what I tell myself now, but I am not sure I'll be able to stick to such prudence for a while now. For while my excellent colleagues' words encourage caution, they also make me more curious than ever about the accursed tome. 18 November. I visited the bookshops again today and stayed till nightfall, looking around, watching and searching in corners, but not actually inquiring after the 100th name. I made a few purchases, including a rare book that I'd been trying to find for a long time, Introduction to Occult Alphabet attributed to Ibn Wachiyah. It contains dozens of different scripts that cannot be deciphered except by experts. If I'd been able to get a hold of it sooner, I might have used it to write this journal. But the time is gone by. I have got used to my own way of doing things and found my own method of concealment. I shan't change now. Written on Friday, 27 November 1665. Through no fault of my own, I have just been through a long nightmare of a week, and fear is still lingering in my bones. But I refused to go. I refused to leave after having been duped and humiliated. I shan't stay on in Constantinople any longer than necessary, but nor shall I leave until I have obtained redress. My ordeal began on Thursday the 19th when Boumé, exultant, came and told me he had at last discovered the name of the collector who owns a copy of the 100th name. I told him to stop looking for the book, but perhaps I hadn't done so firmly enough, and though I now rebuked him still, I couldn't help asking him what he'd found out. The collector in question was not unknown to me. He was a noble fellow from Wallachia, a voivode named Mircea, who had gathered together in his palace one of the finest libraries in the empire, and who had even a very long time ago sent an emissary to my father to buy a book of songs written on parchment, marvelously illuminated and illustrated with icons. It seemed to me that if I went to see him, he'd remember this purchase and perhaps tell me if he owned a copy of the Mazandarani book. We visited the Voivode late one afternoon, at the time when people are getting up after their siesta. Boumé and I went on our own, dressed in Genoese style. I had made my nephew promise to let me conduct the conversation. I didn't want to scare our host by questioning him straight away about a book of doubtful authenticity and with equally dubious contents. A roundabout approach was indicated. Though sumptuous enough in comparison with the Turkish houses around it, the Voivode of Wallachia's palace doesn't quite live up to that designation, which it probably owes to the rank of its owner rather than to its architecture. It looks like a shoemaker's house multiplied by 12, or 12 shoemakers' houses someone had bought and joined together. Its ground floor almost devoid of windows, while those of the second story rested on wooden corbels and had brown slatted blinds. But everyone calls it a palace, and the name includes the network of alleys surrounding it. I mentioned shoemakers because the district is inhabited by cobblers and leather workers, also by well-known bookbinders of whom our collector must be, I suppose, a regular client. We were met at the door by a Wallachian partisan wearing a long green silk jacket that failed to conceal a saber and a pistol. As soon as we'd given our names and occupations, we weren't asked about the object of our visit. We were led into a small study. All the walls, even the space above the single door, were lined with books. I'd introduced myself as Balthasar and Braccio, dealer in curious and old books, and my nephew Jabbar. I imagined my profession would act as an open sesame here. The Voivode soon joined us, together with another partisan dressed in the same way as the first, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Seeing the sort of people we were, his master told him he could withdraw and sat down facing us on a divan. A maid then came in with coffee and cordials, set them down on a low table, and left, closing the door behind her. Our host asked politely after the fatigues of our journey and said how honored he was by our visit, though he didn't ask us the reasons for it. He's an elderly man, probably getting on for 70, slender with a gaunt face and a gray beard. He was dressed less richly than his men in a long white embroidered shirt hanging loosely over trousers of the same material. He spoke Italian, explaining that in his many years of exile he'd spent some time in Florence at the court of the Grand Duke Ferdinand. He'd left to avoid being forced to convert to Catholicism. He praised the intelligence and generosity of the Medicis at some length, but deplored their current weakness. It was while living among them that he'd learned to love beautiful things and decided to devote his fortune to collecting old books rather than to princely intrigues. But many people, in Wallachia and Vienna alike, believe I am still involved in plots and think my books are only a diversion, whereas in fact these creatures of leather occupy my mind completely, day and night. Learning that a book exists, tracking it down from country to country, homing in on it at last, buying it, owning it, shutting myself away with it and making it yield up its secrets, then finding a place worthy of it in my house. Those are my only battles, my only conquest, and nothing gives me more satisfaction than to chat with other connoisseurs here in my study. After this encouraging preamble, I felt I could tell him, in suitably chosen words, what brought me there. I share the same passion as your lordship, but in me it is less praiseworthy, for I do so for reasons of business what you do for love. When I look for a book, it is usually to fulfill an order and sell it to a client. Only this journey to Constantinople was undertaken for a different purpose, an unusual one for me, and I hesitate to tell people about it. But with you, who have given me a welcome worthy of your rank rather than my own, and are a genuine collector and savant, with you I shall speak plainly. And I began, contrary to my own expectations, to tell him directly and without any guile about the prophecies concerning the imminent coming of the beast in the year 1666. Before Mazandarani's book, the circumstances in which old Idris had given it to me, how I'd sold it to Marmontel, and how the Chevalier had been lost at sea. At this, the Voivode nodded to show he knew about it. He didn't react to the rest of what I had said, but when I paused, he said he'd heard the various predictions about the coming year, and he referred to the Russian book of the faith, which, to save time, I had not mentioned. I have a copy of it, he said. It was sent to me by the Patriarch Nikon himself. I met him when I was in Nizhny Novgorod. It's a disturbing piece of work, I confess. As for the 100th name, it's true I was sold a copy 7 or 8 years ago, but I didn't attach much importance to it. The seller himself admitted it was probably a forgery. I bought it just out of curiosity. It's one of those books collectors like to talk about when they meet, like the fabulous beasts hunters describe in their cups. I kept it just out of vanity, I admit, and I never actually tried to read it. I don't know much Arabic, and I couldn't have made it much of it without a crib. So, did you get rid of it? I asked, trying to quell the pangs that were making my voice tremble. No, he said. I never sell or give away a book. It's a long time since I actually set eyes on the one we're talking about. But it must be here somewhere, perhaps upstairs among the other books in Arabic. I had an idea. It was revolving in my mind how to express it acceptably when my nephew, ignoring my instructions, broke in. If you like, said he to our host, I could translate it into Italian or Greek for you. I glared at him. There was nothing out of the way about his suggestion. I was about to propose something similar myself, but the abrupt manner in which he'd made it contrasted with the urbanity of the previous conversation. I was afraid our host might be put off. I could see he was hesitating about what answer to make. I myself would have introduced the subject more carefully. The Voivode gave Boumet a condescending smile. I thank you for your suggestion, he said. But a Greek monk I know can read Arabic very well and has both the perseverance and the skill in penmanship to make a suitable version for me. He's a man of my own age. Young people find that kind of work too tedious. But if you two gentlemen would like to look through the 100th name yourselves and copy out some lines from it, I'll fetch it for you, on condition that it doesn't leave this room. We'd be most grateful. He rose and went out, closing the door after him. You'd have done better to keep your promise and say nothing, I told my nephew. As soon as you opened your mouth, he cut the conversation short, and now he feels he can impose conditions. But he's bringing us the book. That's all that matters. That's what we came all this way for. How much shall we have time to read? At least we'll be able to check it out if it's like the copy we had. and I know very well what I shall look for first. We were still arguing when we heard cries and the sound of running footsteps outside. Boumet got up to go and see what was happening, but I stopped him. Stay where you are, and remember you're in the house of a prince. The cries faded in the distance, then after a while approached the study again, accompanied by the sound of violent thumps that made the walls shake, and by a disturbing smell. At this I opened the door a little way and added my voice to the shouting. The walls and carpets were on fire and the house was full of dense smoke. Men and women were rushing about in all directions with buckets of water, yelling to one another as they did so. As I was about to hurry out of the room, I turned and saw Boumet still sitting there. We must stay where we are, he said sarcastically. We're in the house of a prince. The impudence! I boxed his ears for it and for a lot of other things I'd been saving up inside me. But the room was filling with smoke and making us cough. We ran for the front door, crossing through 3 barriers of flame. And when we found ourselves out in the street again, safe and sound except for minor burns on our faces and hands, we had time to draw breath. We were confronted by another, much more serious danger. It arose out of a misunderstanding that almost cost us our lives. Hundreds of local people had already gathered round to watch the fire when the guard who'd opened the door to us pointed in our direction. He meant to convey to his master or another guard that we'd managed to escape and were no longer inside the house, but the bystanders interpreted his gesture quite differently. They thought he meant we were responsible for the conflagration and began to hurl stones at us. We had no alternative but to run away, which of course seemed to confirm the crowd's suspicions. They chased after us, armed with sticks and knives and cobbler's scissors. There was clearly no point in stopping and trying to reason with them. The more we fled and the more terrified we seemed, the angrier and more numerous the crowd grew. In the end, the whole neighborhood was pursuing us, but we wouldn't get far before they were bound to catch up with us. I seemed to feel them breathing down my neck already. Then suddenly 2 janissaries appeared in front of us. Normally, the mere sight of their plumed caps would have made me dive down to the nearest alley to avoid them. But now they were a godsend. They'd been standing in front of a shoemaker's stall and had turned around. Their hands were already on the hilts of their sabers to see what the noise was all about. I shouted, "A man! A man!" a plea for life to be spared, and threw myself into the arms of one of them like a child running to his mother. Out of the corner of my eye I could see my nephew doing likewise. The soldiers exchanged glances, then shoved us behind them, taking up the cry, "A man, a man." Our pursuers stopped short as if they'd come up against an invisible wall, except for one youth who went on frantically shouting and bawling. On reflection I realized he must be a madman. Instead of halting like the others, he rushed on, reaching out as if to grab Boumet's shirt. A hissing sound, and before I had time to see my janissary draw his sword and strike out with it, there he was, wiping the blade on the back of poor crazy wretch now lying at his feet. The blow had been delivered with such force it had slashed the victim's shoulder from his body like a branch pruned from a tree. No dying gasp, just a dull thud as the corpse hit the ground. I stared at the dark blood gushing from the wound. It took some time to slacken. When at last I could tear my eyes away, the crowd had vanished. Only 3 men remained, trembling in the middle of the street. The janissaries had ordered them to stay behind after the rest had fled, to explain what had happened. They pointed back to the fire which was still burning, and then to my nephew and me. I said at once that we had nothing to do with the conflagration. We were respectable booksellers visiting the voivody of Wallachia on business, and could prove it. "Are you sure these 2 are criminals?" the elder of the 2 janissaries asked the locals. They were afraid to say anything for fear of implicating themselves, but finally one of them spoke for all. Everyone says these foreigners set fire to the palace. When we tried to question them, they ran away as if they were guilty. I'd have liked to answer this, but the janissary signed to me to say nothing and ordered Boumé and me to walk in front of them to as yet an unspecified destination. I glanced back over my shoulder from time to time and saw that the crowd had gathered again and was following, but a respectful distance. From further back, still came the glow of the flames and the noise of the firefighters. My nephew just strode ahead without the least glance at me to show solidarity or share my anxiety. No doubt his great mind was preoccupied with far more important matters than the vulgar fears that beset his unfortunate uncle, unjustly suspected of a crime, and being led by two janissaries through the back streets of Constantinople towards an unknown fate. Our escort led us to the residence of one Morched Aga, apparently a person of some importance. I'd never heard of him, but he led me to understand he was once a commandant in the Janissaries and as a result now occupied a senior position in Damascus. He addressed us in Arabic, but in an Arabic he'd obviously picked up late in life and spoke with a strong Turkish accent. The first thing I noticed about him was his teeth. They were worn so thin they looked like a row of black needles. I found them repulsive, but they didn't seem to cause him any shame or embarrassment. He displayed them generously every time he smiled, and he was always smiling. Apart from that, I must admit he looked respectable enough, a bit portly like me, with gray hair and an immaculate white cap trimmed with silver, a well-tended beard, and friendly manners. As soon as we'd been shown in, he welcomed us and said we were lucky the janissaries had brought us to him rather than to a judge or to a prisoner's tower. These young men are like children to me. They trust me. They know I'm a man of justice and compassion. I have friends in high places, very high places, if you see what I mean. But I've never used my influence to get an innocent person convicted. Sometimes, though, I have had a guilty person reprieved if he's made me feel sorry for him. I can swear to you that we're innocent, I cried. It was all a mistake. Let me explain. He listened to me carefully, nodding several times as if in sympathy. You seem a respectable man, he said. Let me assure you, you'll be your friend and protector. We were in a huge room furnished just with rugs, curtains, and cushions. It contained, apart from Morched Aga himself and our two janissaries, half a dozen armed men who looked to me like renegade soldiers. When a din arose outside, a guard left the room, then returned and whispered something to our host that appeared to worry him. The fire is spreading, he said. They've lost count of the number of victims. He turned to one of the janissaries. Did the local people see you bring our friends here? Yes, a few of them followed us at a distance. Morched Aga looked more troubled still. We must be on alert all night. You must all stay awake. And if anyone asks you where our friends are, tell them we've put them in prison to await trial. He gave us a meaning wink, revealing his black spikes, and said reassuringly, Don't worry. These ragamuffins won't lay a finger on you. Take my word for it. Then he signed to one of his men to bring some pistachio nuts. The two janissaries chose this moment to withdraw. But I must interrupt my account for tonight. It's been a tiring day and my pen's starting to feel heavy. I'll take it up again at daybreak. Written on Saturday the 28th. Later on they gave us dinner, then showed us a room in the house where my nephew and I could sleep on our own. I didn't sleep a wink all night and was still awake at dawn when Morched Aga came and shook me by the shoulder. You must get up straight away, he said. I sat up. What's the matter? The crowd has gathered outside. It seems half the neighborhood has burned down, and hundreds of people have been killed. I swore to them on my father's grave that you weren't here, but if they go on asking, I'll have to let some of them in to see for themselves. So you must hide. Come with me. He led us along a corridor and unlocked what looked like a cupboard door. You have to go down a few steps, he told us. Be careful, there isn't any light. Go down slowly and hold on to the wall. There's a small room at the bottom. I'll join you there as soon as I can. We heard him close the door and turn the key twice in the lock. Having negotiated the stairs, we groped around for somewhere to sit, but the floor was muddy and there wasn't a chair or stool. I was obliged to lean against the wall, praying that our host wouldn't leave us down in this hole for long. If he hadn't taken us under his wing, we'd be in a dungeon by now, said Boumé suddenly. He hadn't opened his mouth for hours. In the dark, I couldn't see if he was smiling. A fine time to make jokes, I said. I suppose you'd rather he threw us to the mob or handed us over to a judge who would have us strung up to satisfy public opinion? Don't be so ungrateful and show a bit of humility. Don't forget it was you who made me go to see the Voivode and made me come on this journey in the first place. We should never have left Gibelet. I'd spoken to him in Genoese rather than Arabic, as I do instinctively whenever I come up against typically Oriental difficulties. I have to admit that as the hours and then the days went by, my thoughts took much the same tone as Boumé's, though. I suspected him of facetiousness and taxed him with ingratitude, sometimes at least. At other times I thanked my lucky stars for having sent Morched Aga my way. I wavered between the 2 points of view. At one moment I see him as a wise and mature dignitary, concerned about our fate and well-being, apologizing every time, in spite of himself, he caused us any inconvenience. At others, all I could think of was that black mouthful of shark's teeth. When the time hung heavy and the dangers threatening us seemed far away, I'd sometimes ask myself if it wasn't ridiculous for us to be shut up in a house belonging to someone we didn't know and who was neither an official responsible for law and order nor a friend. Why was he doing this for us? Why should he get on the wrong side of the locals and even of the authorities to whom he ought to have handed us over from the start? Then he started having the door of the cell opened and summoning us up into the house, usually during the night, inviting us to share a meal with him and his men, installing us in the place of honor and giving us the choicest morsels of chicken or lamb before bringing us up to date on how our case was going on. Alas, he would say, you are in mortal danger. The local people keep watch over my door. They are sure I'm still hiding you here. The whole city is looking for whoever started the fire, and the authorities promise they'll make an example of the guilty parties. If we were caught, we couldn't even expect a proper trial. We'd be impaled the very same day and our bodies exposed in the public squares. So long as we remained hidden in the house of our benefactor, we were safe. But we couldn't stay there indefinitely. Every secret eventually got out, and the judge had sent his clerk on a visit of inspection, so he must suspect something. My hand no longer trembles as I write, but for 9 days and nights my life was a nightmare, and the presence of my wretched nephew did nothing to alleviate my distress. The situation wasn't resolved till yesterday, after letting me think that the judge might have the premises officially searched at any moment and that it was growing more and more risky for him to shelter me. My host at last brought me good news. The judge sent for me this morning, and I said my prayers as I went. When he began by saying he knew you were hidden here, the Janissaries had confessed as much. I threw myself at his feet and begged him to spare my life. He told me to get up and said he approved of my noble attitude, defending 2 innocent people. For he believes that you're innocent, and if feelings weren't running so high, he'd let you go free straight away without a stain on your characters. But we need to be careful, he said. Before you leave, you ought to be provided with a safe conduct. Only your excellency, I said, can supply them with that. He said he needed to think it over and told me to come back again this afternoon. What do you think? I told him I was delighted. It was the best possible news. We'll have to make the judge a suitable present. Of course. How much do you suggest? Think it over carefully. He's an important person and a proud one. He won't haggle. He'll just see what you offer, and if he thinks it's enough, he'll issue the safe conduct. If he thinks it isn't enough, he'll throw it back in my face, and it'll be good night for all three of us. He drew his hand across his throat, and I automatically copied him. So how much money ought I to offer to save my life? How can anyone possibly answer such a question? Is there a figure beyond which I'd prefer to lose my own life and that of my nephew? All I've got on me, I said, is 4 piastres and 60 asperas. I know that's not enough. 4.5 piastres is what we need to give my men to thank them for protecting and looking after us for 10 days. That's what I intended to do, but I also meant as soon as I get home to send a magnificent present to you, our host and benefactor. Don't bother about me. I don't want anything. You've been here in my house day and night, and it hasn't cost you anything, and I haven't been risking my life in order to be given presents. I took you and your nephew in because I believed from the start that you were innocent, for no other reason, and I shan't sleep easy until you're safe. But the judge has to have a suitable present and will betide us if we get it wrong. How much does he have to be paid? He has a brother who's wealthy and respected merchant. You write him an IOU for goods worth a certain sum that he supplied you with and that you promise to pay within a week. If you haven't got that much in ready cash, you can borrow it, provided someone will lend it to me. Listen, my friend, take the advice of a man of experience. Start by getting yourself out of the hole you're in with your head still on your shoulders. You can think about where to get the money from later on. We mustn't waste any more time. I'll draft the IOU. Bring me some paper and a pen. He asked me for my full name, usual place of residence, address in Constantinople, religion, origins, and exact profession, and started smartly writing it all down, leaving one line blank. How much shall I put? I hesitated. What do you think? I can't help you. I don't know how much you've got. How much have I got? Perhaps including everything, 250,000 maidines. That is about 3,000 piastres. But is that really the question? Shouldn't I really know how much the judge usually charges for such services? Every time a figure occurred to me, it stuck in my throat. Supposing my host said it wasn't enough. Should I add another piastre? Another 3? Another 12? So how much? 50 piastres. He didn't look very pleased. I'll put 150. He started to write it down, and I didn't protest. Then my nephew and I signed the document, and he got 2 of his men to witness it. Now pray that all goes well, he said. Otherwise we're all dead men. We left Morchad Aga's house early yesterday morning when the streets were still deserted, after his men had made sure no one was watching. We were armed with a rather sketchy safe conduct allowing us to travel all over the empire without let or hindrance. The only part of the signature that was legible was the word Qadi, meaning judge. We slunk back to our house in Galata, dirty, penniless, if not like beggars, at least like travelers who'd been on the road for a long time and had many a brush with death. Despite our safe conduct, we were afraid of being stopped and questioned by some patrol, or worse still, coming face to face with people from the neighborhood of the fire. Only when we reached home did we learn the truth. The very next day after the fire, we had been cleared of suspicion. Although he was unwell and shattered by the loss of his house and his books, the noble voivode had gathered all his neighbors together and told them we'd been wrongly accused. The fire had been started when a maid dropped some embers from a hookah on a woolen rug. A few people had suffered superficial burns, but no one had been killed, apart from the crazy youth cut down by the Janissaries. Martha, Habib, and Hatim, worried by our absence, had come to the voivode's place the following day to ask what had happened to us, and of course they were directed to Morchid Aga's house. He told them he'd put us up for one night to save us from the mob, but we had left immediately afterwards. Perhaps we'd decided to leave the city for a while, he said, to avoid being apprehended. Our supposed benefactor was warmly thanked by my people, who agreed to let him know what had become of us as soon as they could, seeing that he and we had become, according to him, such great friends. While they were having this courtly conversation, Boume and I were stuck in a dungeon under their feet, fondly imagining that our host was doing his best to save us from the clutches of the mob. "I'll make him pay for this," I said, "as sure as my name's Embriacho. He'll give me my money back, and then he'll be the one to rot in a dungeon if he escapes impaling." No one objected to this at the time, but when I was alone with my clerk, he begged me to not pursue the matter. "No question of that," I replied, "even if I have to take it as far as the Grand Vizier." If a crooked minor official manages to steal your purse and make you sign an IOU for 150 piastres before he sets you free, how much do you think you'll have to pay the Grand Vizier and his people to get satisfaction? "I'll pay whatever it takes, but I want to see that scoundrel impaled." Hatim left it at that. He wiped the table, collected an empty cup, and left the room, eyes downcast. He knows I must be handled with care when my pride is involved, but he also knows that I take in whatever is said to me, however I react on the spur of the moment. So by this morning my mood had changed. I no longer want revenge. I just want to get away from the city, taking my nearest and dearest with me. Nor do I wish to have anything more to do with that accursed book. It seems to me that if I ever go near it again, something awful will happen. First it was Idris, then Marmontel, and then the fire. The book brings not salvation, but disaster. Death, shipwreck, conflagration. I want to know more of it. I'm off. Marta too begs me to leave the city without more ado. She says she'll never set foot in the Sultan's palace again. She's sure it would get her nowhere. Smyrna is where she wants to go now. Somebody once told her her husband had gone to live thereabouts, and she's sure it's there she can get the document that will give her her freedom back. Very well, I'll take her to Smyrna. If she gets what she wants there, we'll go back to Giblet together, and there I'll marry her and take her to live in my house. I don't feel like promising her that just now. There are too many obstacles still in the way. But I like to think that next year, said to be the year of the beast and of 1,000 predicted calamities, will be the year of our wedding. Not the end of the world, but another beginning.